Turnabout Saturday trial day 2. Yeah. Let's get in there. Let's get in there. All right. Right. Our defendant, Machi Tobaye. The defendant in this case concealed the fact that he could actually see, and Laminor is the one who is actually blind. And last time, she got freaking attacked. She was bonked in the head, and the attacker had the balls to basically attack her from the front. Because the attacker knew that she was blind, which is pretty freaking messed up if you ask me. And we even have a very strong suspicion who it is. And this is the guy who we are basically suspecting very heavily. Or at the very least, I'm suspecting this guy very heavily. Darian Crescended, guitarist of the Gaviners. His day job is as a detective in Criminal Affairs Division 3. This is the victim of the case, Let House, who turned out to be an undercover Interpol agent. Supposedly was we thought that he was investigating Lamiror, considering that she has a very suspicious past, to the point that she even doesn't know about it. But it turns out he most likely, what he was after was this type of like cocoon thingamajig. This is a replica that we have, but basically this. And also, unfortunately, we kind of sort of we're in the middle of interrogating / actually asking from our client Machi, who doesn't speak English, so we had to actually get Lamiror to interpret Machi's words, and we were about to find out, basically, did Machi smuggle one of these cocoons into this country? And what we also learned about this particular cocoon is that if such thing is smuggled from the country of Virginia, is punishable by death, basically. So very, very no thing to bring, basically. But the actual cocoon, not this replica, but the actual cocoon apparently has some type of healing properties, which makes me basically put 2 and 2 together and consider that Machi most likely did that for Laminor's sake. She, however, did not know anything about it. She basically, I thoroughly believe that she does not. He's not a suspicious person at all in this. Yeah, things kind of escalated in a way. Not to mention how suspicious it was that while we literally were like, we need Laminor to translate what Machi's saying, we went to basically get her from the concert area, and yeah, poor woman had hid herself into a, I don't know, like a cello case, like a large instrument casing. And yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. It'd be whacked. But yeah, any new evidence that we gathered from last time is basically this videotape. We got this videotape. It's the recording of the show. The one when Clavier's guitar gets bursts on fire, all that jazz. And yeah, it's basically the whole performances. We finally managed to pick up the headset from the floor, so we have this. And we also know that its signal is about 30-foot range, and all concert staff wore one. We also found an igniter. this was most likely the thing that was inside the guitar case, and it was used by this remote to basically detonate, and that's how you have a burning guitar on stage. We also got this forum diagram of the whole area, so we know that the guitar could have been set fire from either one. Like, basically, the whole set is there. We have this newspaper article, which is written fully in Virginia, so can't understand jack shite about it. But basically, the article doesn't even mention about the lyrics of Lamiror's ballad. Don't know about this replica, though. Other than sample. Aha, very funny, Truzy. And this is the guitar case. We haven't actually searched these things. Slightly scorched, and then there's this. Burnt green true. This is probably the place where the igniter bomberoonie was. Yeah. So that's that. But there's still one person to note. This guy, Valant Gramare, who was assisting with the whole magic part of the show. Laminor's whole swapped from point A to point B on the stage. He was basically asked to be helped with that stuff, and yeah, I feel like he probably is not that relevant in this case, like in this case, but he's gonna be relevant in the next one, I feel like, because this guy is supposedly like Trucy's uncle. Like, not blood related uncle, I suppose. I don't know, assuming. But basically this guy worked closely with Trucy's actual dad. And yeah, he's a magician. Pretty neat guy for now, but this game is very used to that betraying us with this type of stuff. And we're gonna have to see how that turns out. But yeah. That is pretty much the recap. So let's see how this is gonna go now. I wonder if this is the last trial. Usually the second trial is the last one. And it on only rare occasions the investigation goes to the third day. So I feel like this might be the one where we have to figure this shit out. But yeah. July 10th, 9:49 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Well, this is it. Today's the day. It all goes down. And then there was yesterday. Yeah. Oh yeah, this happened too. While we were questioning our client, Darian just very quinky dinky happened to show up and basically take him away. This meeting's over. Sorry. Just give us 5 more minutes. We can call them back after that. Sorry, no go. Come on, piano boy, we're leaving. Darian, wait! I never liked you. Either of you. Huh? Darn it, we were so close! He was about to tell us. Hey, Apollo? He didn't want us to hear what much he had to say. Pretty much. And I think I know why. Time to bring down a little justice. Meet up! Wait, huh? Eh? Huh? Huh? bang was that? Why bang? What was that? He is heard but unseen. Who's that talking? Huh? Huh? Oh! No, but seriously, what was the bang? I mean, I'm glad to see you, I guess. Valent Grammare, I explained as he walked in through the door normally. You aren't the witness today, are you, Uncle Valent? A preposterous proposition. How could I stand upon that stand? Why, my secret would be free for the plucking. I might even have signed autographs. That is why I intended to remain hidden for the entire day.
Oh, with vanishing magic?
Indeed. I will jump upon the express train and express myself to the next town over. But before I go, a word of warning.
Oh? Warning? What?
A Grand Grammare Grammar resides at the root of all that has happened. Do not forget this truth. A glamour? A spell, a sorcery, a great illusion. Miss Trucy thought it pains me to part, so I need to get in line for the ticket. Farewell. Huh? Bye. Tosseswa. This guy has a way with entrances. But then he just walks normally away. Yeesh.
And there he goes.
He sure seems happy about that illusion thing.
Oh, big illusions are bread and butter for a magician. You can't pull off a show without one. The big illusion is always a spectacle to remember. Usually it's involving cutting up things like people or the Eiffel Tower, anything really.
He was talking about what we saw at the concert.
Laminator's disappearance act.
And Prosecutor Gavin's exploding guitar.
I wonder what he meant by being at the root of all that happened.
Well, it's about time, shall we go? Huh? Excuse me, sir. Yes? Scheduled starting time for the trial has been changed. Why? Also, why are we told just now? The trial will not be commencing until 10:30 a.m. Sorry for the inconvenience. Meet? Huh? Did something happen? This is a first. It was by the judge's request. Some urgent personal business. Great, I bet he stayed up too late last night watching courtroom drama. No, Apollo, did you remember that he had a friend who was in a hospital? Apparently he's visiting the hospital again. Yeah, I figured. Hospital? I believe it was mentioned that the Chief Justice's son is unwell. Apparently his condition worsened considerably this morning.
Chief Justice's son? Oh, that's right. Remember yesterday morning the judge said he had to go visit him after the trial? Well, there's an article about it in the newspapers. Do you care to read about it yourself?
Okay. That's interesting. Anchor this syndrome first case in country. Disease strikes closer to home than ever before. Insert Renotus. Where have I heard that before?
I'll let you read that article for us, Apollo. Just leave the TV guide page to me.
Try not to lose the page with the funnies, if you can. Ay. Guess, never mind. July 10th, 10:30 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. My apologies for the delay. Court is now in session for the trial of our... how do you say this name again? Machi Tabae, our suspect for the Simo. Right, this is trial in any case. The defense is prepared, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready to rock. Is something wrong, Your Honor? Oh no, yes. It's just been friends with the Chief Justice since we've been students. Pays me to see him going through such a difficult time.
In Renotus, was it? That article said there is no known cure.
Judge, let me say with all honesty, I feel your pain. But now is not the time for tears. Now is the time for law. Indeed, we left off at a quiet juncture yesterday.
Yeah, sure did. And this is where Laminor said that he heard him.
Quite a sensational ending.
Who would have thought Darian would
Guest star in the season cliffhanger as a suspect? Ask the prosecution to look into this matter. Please tell the court your findings. Darian Grasende is a member of my band, the Gaviners. He's also a detective making the current charges serious indeed. Yet after investigation, I have found no cause to alter our case or file new charges. And your reason is? Weren't you aware her forehead? He has an impeccable alibi. Alibi? Let us review the facts again, shall we? The concert held on the night of the shooting was in 3 sets. The Gaviners ripped up the stage during the first set. For the second set, our guests took center stage. The only performers appearing were myself, Ramiror, and along with the drummer and bassist for a total of 5. The shooting in the dressing room, however, took place during the third set. Lamiror and the defendant, Machi Dobaye, had left the stage at that point. And the Gaviners were already rocking. This is when the 2 shots rang out in the scene of the crime. Shots heard by Detective Emma, Sky, mind you.
And Apollo. You heard them too, right?
Sure did. Furthermore, Laminor herself witnessed the moment of the crime. Well, prepare. Perhaps I should say she heard the moment of the crime. When she claims to have heard Mr. Lataus and Detective Crescent talking. But that's impossible. Detective Crescent was... Precisely. Detective Crescent was on stage getting his groove on, no less. Voila! A perfect alibi. Does that defense have anything to add to this?
Well, it's true.
We considered that the power play could have been a recording instead. The guy actually had to be on stage.
It's true, when I heard those gunshots, he must have been on stage. Still, there's something here that doesn't quite add up.
It appears the defense has no Hey. Oi, oi, oi. Yes, we do. I believe we have safely said that Darien Descendant's alibi has been our knowledge. Which means that Lamirora was sadly mistaken. Her testimony cannot be true. Very well, of course, if we disregard her testimony, then I see no evidence keeping us from declaring a verdict. If indeed there are no objections.
Apollo, if he declares a verdict now... Yeah, we know. But Prosecutor Cavan's case is all airtight. Lamiror might have been lying to protect Machi.
I don't think so. Come on, Apollo, trust your clients.
I'm gonna rely on her testimony. Wait, what about yesterday in the detention center?
Yeah, Machi was about to tell us something about the case. And then Darian showed up.
Machi was trying to tell us something, I know it. Maybe the best thing to do is to ask him under oath.
Very well, the court finds... Hey! Objection! Shut the fudge up, Honor! Your Honor. Thought that was it. It was something like a marquee, so Mr. Johnson... Your Honor, please, before you declare a verdict, I would like to call another witness. Exactly who else do you need to hear from? How about the freaking boy that's been accused? A witness who until now has not been given a chance to speak in this court. Because he doesn't speak English. You don't mean? I do. The defense calls defendant Machi Tobaye to the stand. Well, what? But he doesn't speak English. Hasn't stopped us anyway. We have a translator. Or interpreter. We'll use an interpreter. Interpreter? I'm afraid you'll have to look elsewhere. I only speak few phrases such as I love you and where is the toilet. Defense would like to request Laminor as their interpreter. Laminor? There's a possibility she's protecting the defendant. But she is the interpreting for the defendant. Why would she lie? This is most unusual. Bravo, her forehead. Judge, the prosecution agrees with the defense's request. If Lamiror lies, I'll be able to tell. Even my limited knowledge of the language should be enough for that. Well, if both prosecution and defense offer this, I see little cause to refusal.
Finally some progress.
Bailiff, please show the defendant and Lamiror to the witness stand.
Okay.
I suppose there's the first time for everything. Shall we proceed? Your name to begin with, if you would, Lamiror.
Yes. He says Machi Tobaye, the defendant.
This is certainly a first for this court.
Really?
You guys have not had this kind of problem before? I find that really hard to believe. Ish. Not that we really need an interpreter of that message in particular. So far, so good. Very well, Mr. Justice, if you would.
Oh, god damn it.
What? You called the defendant to the stand, did you not? What would you have him testify about?
What do I want him to testify about?
Apollo, I swear the flipping god, why?
Apollo, aren't you going to ask him about what he was gonna tell us yesterday?
How can if I don't know what he was saying?
Excuse me a moment, if I might speak.
Oh yes, Laminor.
Just now, Machi said there's something about which he wishes to testify. Machi wants to testify about something? What could it be?
Apollo, I really want to shake you sometimes. How can you be... I don't want to be stupid. I don't want to say stupid, but a little bit ignorant sometimes. What sort of testimony is he talking about?
One moment, please. What?
Well, Mirror.
According to Machi, he has proof of his innocence.
What? Oh, this is a surprise.
Yahoo! Victory, Apollo! We did it!
It's not... Brucey, it's not that simple. This is sounding too good to believe, and I know what usually means. Well, if that's true, then this is a vital testimony, Lamiror. I mean, Machi. Please testify to the court.
Very well.
Okay. Proof of innocence.
He says that word of Mr. Renotus's death came as a great shock. But if the killing truly followed the lyrics of my song, that is, he, could not have done it. He says that because of the lyrics are in English, he does not understand them.
That's true. That is a very, very solid thing, though. I see. He wouldn't have understood the English lyrics to song. That would prevent him from following them so closely. I wonder what he meant by proof. Why? He would only have to ask Laminor to know the meaning of that song. Laminor, did you ever explain lyrics of that song to him?
I did tell him generally what the song was about, but never in so much detail, and he never asked.
As my oft-repeated warning already fled that forehead, Laminor might be protecting the witness. Well, anyway, let us proceed with the cross-examination. Mr. Justice, if he would. Yes, Your Honor.
Something's hidden in that testimony, I know it. Just have to trust my bracelets to tell me where.
Worked yesterday, it'll work today. Don't start relying on that trinket, Hot Justice. Sounds like a rookie thing at that point. But to be fair, he is a rookie. Alright, let's start poking. Where Machi and Mr. Renotus close?
Yes, after we traveled around the world on tours.
Aminor, this is Machi's cross-examination, not yours.
But I knew the answer.
This is a court of law. We'll play by the book.
I understand. When Prosecutor Gavin's tough, he really is tough. Machi says he was very close friends with Mr. Renotus. Mr. Renotus was always a gentleman, never angry. We've got along quite well. I never dreamed something like this would happen.
Okay. The guitar serenade, correct?
Yes, the crime followed the lyrics of the song.
Yeah.
This is why it could have not been me. Like, could not have done it, you mean? It is very simple. Mochi could not have done all the things that happened that day. For all those things followed the song lyrics closely. Would it be difficult for him to perform without knowing the meaning of the lyrics? Not necessarily, Apollo, but okay. He did know what the song was about, its mood, shall we say. This was enough to play by. I told him it was a song about a guitar in love. It's not actually the guitar that is in love, strictly speaking. Oh, perhaps I misunderstood. Oh, no, not really. Yours is also a valid interpretation. Okay. No, it's my fault. I'm too used to singing in Virginian. This is much easier than trying to understand these English lyrics. You see, that's... yeah. Well, we're supposed to trust the bracelet. Now the thing is... I wonder which one we have to, like, look at. Name is a shock. I'm gonna try the last one here. Oh, I think I saw it.
Gotcha!
Saw the eyes? His eyes, like, moved a little bit there. Machi, you're not telling us the entire truth. I can see it clear as a day.
Perhaps my interpretation is at fault. Now he says I have no idea what you're talking about.
I mean, or it is not your interpretation that is to blame here. Did I not get it? I saw it! I swear I saw that! Maybe I just... need to...
Gotcha!
Are in English. Yeah, now I got it. Machi? You can't fool my eyes. You glanced towards her the very moment Laminor said the word English. Why? And don't bother interpreting that, he understands me. Machi, tell the truth. You can understand English, can't you?
What are you saying? Of course he can't.
I think he has learned, mayhaps.
Must he continue the charade? Mr. Justice, Machi says this. I know the word English.
Huh?
Before coming to this country, he heard me speaking English.
That's so. Is that so?
He learned the name from this language. That is all.
What? Give me a break.
Is there such an unusual word to understand? Do you not know Espanol, for instance?
Well, yeah, but...
I'm sorry, but he truly does not understand your language.
Well, then explain this. How does he know the crime followed the lyrics?
Have you always been such a suspicious-minded lad? It is simple. So simple it hardly requires an explanation. He read about it in the newspaper.
No, he did not. He did not.
The newspaper? The Virginian Daily Bulge. You can buy it in this country these days, you know? They have already begun to report about it, this case in our homeland.
I was right.
What is wrong, Mr. Justice? Your eyes, they're quite fierce all of a sudden.
Machi is lying. Oh, simple. We can show the newspaper. Because there was nothing on this newspaper about the lyrics. I have here a Virginian newspaper. The Virginian Daily Bulge, as a matter of fact. Indeed, there is a feature article about the case. Could you read this for me, Machi? That's right, it doesn't mention the lyrics.
What? What is this all about?
Sorry, Machi. You couldn't have read about the lyrics in the Virginia newspaper. We need to shake this boy a little bit and be like, trust us. You need to speak the truth so that we can help you. If he keeps lying, we can't help him. For Pete's sake. But this is why Phoenix did this stuff in the, detention center instead of in the courtroom. What does this mean? Machi, my boy.
But I don't see how it's possible. Oh, I know. You must have heard the lyrics when the police were doing their questioning. Yes.
I mean, or now you are really trying to defend this kid. Not possible. The subject of the lyrics was not brought up in police questionings. I read the full report myself. So the lyrics weren't in the newspaper and the police didn't mention them. The only place you could have heard them was in this courtroom. In English, no less. The witness will explain herself or himself.
Machi says, he says...
Yes?
It is true I read the newspaper. This is not where I learned of the lyrics. I was mistaken. Now I remember.
You remember?
He said he heard the lyrics from me.
Eikä kuulu. Shite. I don't believe that. Sure you had. Then it looks like her forehead was jumping to conclusion again. Seems so, yes. Oh no, I was on to something, I know it. I can't let this chance slip away. Guess we need another one. Another one. Time is an issue today, Miss Justice. Are you finished with the cross-examination?
My bracelet is still reacting.
Your Honor, please allow me to continue. If you must, you must. Very well, witness.
I understand.
Exactly how much did you explain to Machi?
This is a question for me, yes?
This interpretation thing is getting old fast.
I told him that Mr. Renotus had been killed and why he was a suspect. And I told him the crime of the day followed my song.
Did you mention any particular words of the song relating to the case, such as heart?
Yes, of course I explained this. He was quite surprised.
Something's hidden.
Yep.
Well, I'm gonna take a wild guess it's in the last pit, but now I just gotta stare real hard. But the thing is, do we stare at Machi or Laminor? I'll have to see. Again. Haha, she's doing the thing. I saw the thing. Okay. He lied again.
Gotcha!
I knew because last time when she lied, she did the same thing, so this time we had to look at her and not Machi, apparently. Laminor, I'm currently cross-examining Machi. Why should you be so uncertain?
Me? Uncertain?
Yes, you swallowed the very moment you told the court. It was I who explained.
I see there is a little point of trying to hide anything from you.
Laminor, are you indeed protecting someone?
That is not a question with a simple answer. To tell the truth, I do not believe it myself.
And allow me to answer it for you. Oh boy. Wait, why do I really have to...
Take that!
Laminor, you're protecting Machi. That is why you lied, told us about you had explained how the crime followed the song. I don't fault you for trying to help. This is not the way. Machi, I believe you didn't do it. Really, I trust you. But you lied to us twice. And now you have Laminor lying on your behalf. If this is going to work, you have to trust me, too. Your two's lies cover simple truth. You understand English, you have to. There we go. Toughen up, kid. I need you to be able to actually testify here. Witness, is this true? Do you understand English?
Yes, a little only.
What? First he could see, now he can talk. And you did not know about this, Laminor?
No, I did not. It is quite a surprise.
How many secrets is this witness hiding?
This is last.
Machi, could you tell us what really happened? Your own words.
No shooting. I did not shooting.
So you weren't in the dressing room when I heard those 2 gunshots, correct? Huh? he was in the dressing room. And he probably saw who did it. Apparently, the answer to that question isn't simple either.
I was in dressing room, behind desk. Manager, he on the floor.
Which would be after the shooting, right?
Oh, hello, Tooth. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good Monday. Or at the very least, a decent one.
Guess what? This little brat speaks English. A little bit. But he does speak English. And we had to pretty much spend the first 15 minutes of this case, or this trial, to basically shaking him up a bit. I don't know how I'm always sub to you every month who keeps gifting me sub. I feel like you should blame Bob. I have a highly suspicion it's Bob. That's a simple case. Because he's usually the one, the big gift giver here. But hey, it's kind of neat. You have a silver bucket by now. But that's neat.
You're rocking a silver bucket by now, thanks to all the gifties.
Yes, let's continue.
Then there's voice.
Voice? Or voices?
Was it you and Emma, Apollo?
So when Machi went into the dressing room, Mr. Lachaus had already been shot. And then we came to the door.
Randall, hurry up. I take off. Run away, run away.
So he ran through the air vents. Okay. So it was you who escaped through the air vent. As the prosecution has upheld all along, no less. The defendant has admitted to being in the scene. Might we take this as a confession? The kid has only been there. He did not do it. No, he clearly denied that he did it.
I know shooting. Manager on the floor. Already on floor.
Objection!
The victim had already been shot, you say. I found it hard to believe. The defendant understood the song lyrics. He was at the scene of the crime. This can only mean one thing. He is the shooter. Look at the kid. Does that look like a kid who's shot a gun before? Does the defendant have anything to say to this?
He's clammed up, Apollo.
And let's ask Mr. Justice. Oh, Deus. Okay, so basically what we heard, Machi said that he was behind a desk. And the Taos was already on the floor. But why? How is this all happening? I'm trying to understand, like, was, like, Mr. Lataus and Machi in the room? And then the shooting happened? And Machi hid behind the desk or something like that. But when he started hearing the voices from the hallway, he freaked out and he fled through the air vents because he thought that the shooter/attacker was coming to get him too, or something like that. I'm actually not sure, but I'm trying to, like, imagine what happened. Do we require any further testimony from the witness?
Is that it? Is there nothing else I can get him to testify about?
Wait, no, of course there is. A cocoon!
That cocoon has to have something to do with this.
Machi, please tell us the truth for your own sake.
No, no more speak. Not to any of you.
So much for a precious task, her forehead.
Hey, you were the one who didn't believe him.
Regardless, brings us to an impasse. Doesn't seem that the defense and the defendant are at odds. I doubt we are likely to learn anything more of value should this continue. As any other occurs, but to declare a 5-minute recess. The defense will work this things out with the defendant so that he might proceed.
Yeesh, thank you.
This actually might help.
Okay, July 10th, 11:23 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Apollo Justice.
Justice, better learn how to say it if you ever want to get some.
Believe, I know shooting.
We believe you, kid, but you gotta trust us too.
Machi claims Mr. Latals was already down on the ground when he entered the room. Maybe it was a trap, and he walked right into it. Suddenly, I hear revolver. Close, very close. Then I hear voice.
You heard gunshots?
Yes, it's true. I hear revolver, but only sound.
Wait, you're saying you went into the dressing room and found Mr. Latals already dead, and then you heard shots? If that's true...
So you were at the scene of the crime when you heard those shots?
And you escaped through the air vent.
I know.
Huh? What do you know?
I know if I opening vent, I can leave stage and backstage.
The vents went to both the stage and the backstage area. Is that what he means?
Hey, he's right! Look, Apollo!
Ah, yeah. But how did he know it was connected like that?
Wait, I bet his father was like architect or that designed the hall or something. I hear this from magician.
Magician?
Don't look at me!
Pretty sure we know who's the magician.
Well, at least we're clear on one thing. Machi didn't shoot Mr. Latals.
Mr. Latals. Yeah, but what does that leave us with?
Well, hey!
That is already a big deal. We know to trust our client. You're supposed to say he went into the room to find a body and then he heard the shots?
Apollo, you're his defense. You're supposed to believe what he says, even lies. That's what Daddy always told me.
So, what do we do?
You're sure you won't testify, Machi?
No talking, no. It was worth a shot. A cocoon. Yeah, we know about that, but... Of course he's scared. Oh, well, I guess we'll just have to try a different approach.
That's the spirit, Apollo. So what's your plan?
If Machi won't testify about it, we'll have to get someone else to testify.
Someone else?
I think we're out of time. Let's get back in there.
Right.
July 10th, 11:28 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Court is now back in session. Mr. Justice, have you sorted things out with the defendant? Yes, Your Honor. We had a good talk. Very well, so he's testifying? Your Honor, the defendant will not testify. What? Shame. And here I thought this was your big chance to turn the case around. Actually, it is. The defense would like to approach this case from a different angle, Your Honor. Please don't tell me I actually have to name whoever Apollo is thinking right now, because I am not quite sure I follow. A different angle. If Machi won't testify, then I know who will. Oh. I would like to cross-examine the witness in this case, Lamiror. Lamiror?
Objection!
What are you up to now? I thought we determined yesterday that Lamiror's testimony was insubstantial. There is nothing you can... Lamiror was taken to the hospital yesterday with injuries. What happened? She was assaulted, Your Honor. Assaulted? Someone wanted Lamiror dead. Thankfully, she was able to save herself. What? I've heard no such report. Prosecutor Gavin. Why would anyone be out to kill Lamiror? Can you think of a reason? Well... Think of how she's known in our country. A singer from overseas who doesn't speak English, yes? Yet someone tried to keep her mouth shut. Who could have that been? You don't think? I do. It was the same person who shot Mr. Lataus. The killer was afraid of her, afraid of what she might say. The defense believes that something was hidden in her testimony yesterday. Something that the killer doesn't want getting out. I am to understand that this is what you are saying? Namely, that there is a nugget of truth in Laminor's testimony. And a nugget we have yet to uncover. Exactly. If Laminor was attacked, this has serious implications. Very well. There were some vague points in her testimony during yesterday's trial. Perhaps we did not inquire as deeply as we might have into some. The court will hear Laminor's testimony once more. Sorry to poke you around, Madame. Lamiror, I must apologize. I must ask you to stand again and speak. You need not apologize. I know that Machi is innocent, and I will do all that I can until the court realizes this. Let's review your testimony from yesterday. You told us that you heard 2 gunshots and the shooter's voice through the window, and that the voice belonged to Darian Crescent, yes? That is correct. At which point I proved she could not be correct. She could not have heard any of those things. The small window at the scene was closed and was found to be quite soundproof. Nothing to say to that, Mr. Justice? I don't know exactly what yet, but I do know there's something there. And there it is, it seems. Much you do not know. And yet it is my duty to hear him out. Perhaps the witness would be so kind to testify once more to the court.
Of course, Your Honor. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. That's when I heard them, Mr. Lataus and the detective. I heard the faint sound of gunshot and stopped. Then I heard another gunshot. There was the smell of gunpowder. I knew I must tell someone, but I was in a hurry, so I kept moving past the small window.
Pretty much the same as the yesterday's testimony.
I am sorry. I am not used to speaking much in this language. Perhaps my descriptions are lacking in some way. Yet everything I have said here is the truth.
Then it is my distinct displeasure to say this. What you have said to have happened is impossible. Do I have to repeat myself? Lamiror was attacked because of his testimony.
What, Druzy? Apollo, you know, for a moment there, you were pretty cool.
Okay. Thanks, I guess. Oh, very well, Mr. Justice. Perhaps you can coolly cross-examine the witness. So the priceless is basically off-limit now. Got it. Or it's off-limit for now. Boink. Huh?
Is something wrong?
I know I said hold it, but she's saying the same thing as she said before. Mr. Justice? Oh. Wow.
Darian Grosset. I did not know his name at the time, but yes, it was him. The one who took the stand yesterday.
How many more times do I need to remind you that it's impossible? There is no way you could have heard him. Because the window at the scene was closed? Is that why? Yeah, well, I'm about to tell you how she was able to hear that. I don't know if you guys have figured it out, but I have a feeling I have. It might have something to do with these little thingy-majigs, because everybody has those. But, you know, I don't know. Why else would we have that in our casing? Of course.
Hello. If we keep asking the same questions as yesterday, we won't get anywhere. He's right. Maybe there's a different angle I can try.
There anything else? What we were talking about? What they're talking about? Lamiror, do you have by any chance remember what they were saying to each other? If so, please tell us.
I have given it much reflection, but
I was afraid of this. She doesn't remember.
I only heard one phrase clearly.
A whole phrase? Right, she remembers something that was said? Why didn't you say anything yesterday?
But my memory is clear. I was afraid to speak. You see, I do not understand what was said.
Oh, this could be it. A clue I've been waiting for. Well, what did he say?
It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Lataus.
The shooter, then. Well, what did he say?
It's over. Press the switch now.
Which? And the shooter said this to the victim, Mr. Lataus.
I thought it's quite strange myself afterwards.
That's a mystery. What could it possibly mean? Is the justice scared to shed some light to this? I'm very... very vital. Maybe we could add that to the testimony?
Maybe? Apollo? Really?
Hold it!
And it was Detective Darian Presender's voice.
Yes, I am sure of it.
So press the switch. Why would he say that to Mr. Lighthouse?
Apollo? The murder weapon and the revolver was Mr. Lighthouse. The revolver was Mr. Lighthouse's, right?
Yeah. What of it?
Well, maybe when he said press the switch, he really meant to say pull the trigger?
I ain't a doubt that he would make that kind of mistake. Was there someone else in the room?
I do not know. All I heard was Mr. Lighthouse and the detective.
Hold it!
There was 2 gunshots.
Yes, I heard 2, one after the other.
That fits the bullet holes in the scene. Nothing really new there to pick up.
Hold it!
Why didn't you tell someone immediately? Well,
If it were me, I would have gone to the police right away. It's our duty as a citizens. This may be besides the point, but Lamiror isn't a citizen. Though one would hope such common sense prevails in Virginia as well.
oh. Lamiror seems awfully quiet all of a sudden.
That is strange. Would she be hiding something?
It is, as you say, at the time.
Hold it!
You were in a hurry. To go where?
I was on my way to backstage exit, as I said.
Why were you in such a hurry then?
But, well, I don't think that has anything to do with this case.
It very well might. Please answer the question.
Objection!
Are you alright, Lamiror?
Yes, I am just tired.
Recall what I told you yesterday, her forehead. Laminor suffers from serious amnesia. Please refrain from traumatizing her further. Ah. What, so he can just dismiss questions he thinks are too traumatizing? Why don't you prove her reason had a connection to the case before asking about it, yeah? The prosecution's objection is sustained. The current question is moot, Mr. Justice. Please continue with your cross-examination. Okay. I'm pretty sure it's the new part that we got her to add to the testimony. This part here, but are we trying to like determine what they meant by press the switch now? Because then, if we are, then it would be this. Do we wish to determine that right now? Well, might as well try.
Objection!
No, it is not the device.
The is not the device. It is not the device that proves that. So is it this thing?
Objection!
Ah, okay. It's the trigger. Press the switch. There's only one key that can unlock the mystery of those words. Oh. Yet there was nothing at the scene that could have been called switch. Save the lights. True, there wasn't a switch at the scene. But it just so happens I have a switch right here. Well, that certainly does look like a switch, doesn't it? The problem is, this was found not at the scene of the crime, but on stage. Oh, that's the stage? There was a concert that... concert was held, yes. This was found hidden there. On the stage. Are you claiming that the voice Laminor heard was of someone commanding another to press the switch? It is possibility.
Objection!
Oh, her forehead. I'd call that an impossibility. Why? It's hardly necessary for me to remind the court of the layout of the concert room. Forum. The stage is quite far from Laminor's dressing room. Not to mention that the Gaviners were in the middle of a concert to set stage. We aren't known for being a quiet band. You could shout all you wanted and not be heard. The detective's voice was loud, but certainly not a shout. So too have her forehead's cries of possibility fallen far short being heard. Is everybody just stupid right now? Headsets! Sorry, but we wouldn't have... he wouldn't have had to need to shout. Excuse me? You heard what I said, or do you need me to shout it out for you? I would have been quite simple to be heard on the stage from the dressing room. Oh wait, you like an evidence, don't you? How about this? Using this would be easy to get a message to someone on the stage from the dressing room. Prosecutor Gavin, perhaps you're familiar with this. What? Why? That's, Oh, what is it? Some kind of new, fragile, strangled phone they invented while I was looking? No. This is a type of transmitter of communication device. Communication device? Everyone on stage was wearing one of these. Isn't that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, actually, they were. Therefore, taking between band members. Talking between band members, we all had one on. So you admit that if you were wearing one of these, talking from the backstage to the stage would be simple.
Objection!
True, but wait. Those send out an electronical signal. To avoid interference with the audio system, their range is quite limited. Laminor said it was about 30 feet, right? Look at this cross-section diagram of the concert forum. Ah, exactly. The walk from the stage to the backstage seems far, but the direct distance is less than 30 feet. Ah, that can't be. So when Laminor heard the shooter's voice, he could have been talking to someone on stage.
Objection!
You're claiming this is the switch in question. Why did it have to be on the stage at the time? It could have been placed in a pocket and carried anywhere. Someone could have hid it on the stage after the fact. He has a point. Yeah, except the switch was for the freaking
device that burned, that set the blaze.
How do you know where it was when he heard the voice? When the shooter said press the switch?
Guess we don't. An unfortunate situation. I'm afraid until we know where the switch was, there's a little point in debating it. What is this switch anyway? We don't even know the basic facts.
I do know what this switch is. And if you follow the train of logic to this incredible conclusion, it ends up in a proof that completely changes this case. What's up, Apollo? Apollo? We know about the switch, right? We know what it is. Yeah? Well, think of it when it was used that day. Think of what happened.
Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further information...
Oh my freaking god, why are they all...
Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Justice? I've been remiss in not telling the court this before. I know what this switch is. Well, it seems the defense is get upon linking this switch to the case. Let's see your evidence for the link. What evidence do you have to explain what the switch is?
Take that!
Prosecutor Gavin, you remember this? That's that. What's what? Is it another one of those? Judge, no. This is an igniter. What phone looks like this? Igniter? You mean it's like a lighter? Yes, actually. You aren't saying this switch is a remote. I am. This is a remote trigger for the igniter. What? Look, it shows you. Mr. Justice, you will cease and desist from burning down this courtroom. Sorry, there was a bit more fire than I expected. My whiskers had caught on fire. Prosecutor Gavin, let me repeat myself. This switch is a remote igniter trigger. Does that suggest something to you? You're talking about what happened to me, aren't you? Exactly. That night at the concert, there was an unusual burst of flame. When your guitar caught on fire in the middle of your show. Wasn't that part of the stage show, though? Prosecutor Gavin was entirely unaware such a thing had been happened, or planned. The guitar that burned was a valuable keepsake.
That's right, he got it from Borginia from Laminor. When he said the sound was amazing before it burned, of course. No, it just kind of smokes.
The better the guitar, the brighter the burns. Forehead? Yeah? Don't tell me you're trying to tie these two things together. Those being the shooter's voice heard by Laminor, and the guitar suddenly catching on fire. I am. It's really simple when you think about it. Mr. Lataus and the shooter were at the crime scene. The shooter was wearing a headset. He ordered someone on stage to press the switch. The switch was pressed and the guitar caught fire. Well, that seemed to make sense. But something about it's bugging me. Can't quite put my finger on it.
Really, it seems pretty simple to me.
Objection!
Forehead, don't destroy what little respect I have for you. Huh? I was expecting something a little more sensible. I guess I was wrong. Anyway. This case is going everywhere else except the proving of certain things, but whatever.
Hi.
This simple story simply makes no sense. Think, that night my guitar caught fire. Yes. The cause may have been this thing, indeed. However, the guitar caught fire during the second set.
That's right, of course.
Indeed, yet the shooting happened during the third set. The two are utterly unrelated. Ah, yes, that must have been that was bugging me. The whole premise for this is faulty. See, this story makes no sense. Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? What exactly do you mean, Mr. Justice?
Maybe it's not the premise for the my explanation of the switch that is at fault. Maybe it's our premise for the entire case so far.
What premise of this specifically?
I'm glad you asked. I'm saying that maybe the killing didn't take place in the third act.
Objection!
Yeah. Because if we take consideration what Machi said, considering that when he was in the room with Mr. Lataus was already on the floor. And that Machi also heard the gunshots. But Lataus, again, was already on the floor. So, were the shots recorded? You know? Don't know. For example, what's this? The detective Emma Sky heard shots and found the body. All of this happened in the third act.
Objection!
Gunshots rang out, and according to his testimony, Machi was in the dressing room at the time.
Where are you going with this, Mr. Justice?
Stay with me, Your Honor. He also told us this in his testimony, namely that the victim had already been shot. We all heard gunshots, but no one saw the shooting.
This is insane.
Just before the shooting took place, the shooter was heard on his headset, telling someone to press the switch. The next moment, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flame. We know that a remote trigger igniter was inside the guitar. From all these facts, we can draw only one conclusion. The crime did not take place during the third act, but during the ballad performance, the second act.
What? Order! But what goes against that goes against the evidence.
What does, Your Honor?
This crime was carried out according to the lyrics of the song, yes?
But what if it wasn't? You're thinking about it the wrong way.
Huh?
Look, why would the shooter craft the events of the day to follow the lyrics anyway? It's an awful lot of trouble to go through, with a little merit for the person doing it.
Well, I'm sure whoever it was had some reason.
Yes, they did. The reason that made it advantageous to follow the lyrics.
You're saying the order was reversed on purpose? Reversed? Prosecutor Gavin?
If the criminal followed the lyrics strictly, then yes, the shooting would have been to come after the guitar burst into flame. Yet her forehead has raised another possibility. He's claiming that the bullet came not after but just before the fire. Couldn't have put it better myself.
We were only meant to think that the shooting came after the guitar burst into flame. That was the criminal's objective. The crime followed the lyrics to the point, but that was the ruse. Why else would the killer risk discovering by moving the body? That was the final touch to make us think he followed the lyrics the whole way. That would explain this most unusual situation. It does. The killer changed the order of events to create himself an alibi. In other words, the killer was someone who had an alibi for the third set, but not the second.
Objection!
I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but sadly it has. Let me tell you why your little fairy tale makes no sense at all.
Do tell.
Oh, it sounds good, I'll give you that. You've given us a reason why the killer bothered following the lyrics of my song. But I questioned your logic, for it's flawed from the very beginning. Flawed? Yes, the contradiction, her forehead. One I've pointed out several times, no less. At the time of the crime, the small window at the scene was closed. How could have Laminor have heard the voices through it? Huh? I know that you would like to divert our attention from this critical fact, but you're basing your entire line on reasoning on false premise.
That voice she heard, the shooter's voice. But what if she couldn't hear it, Apollo?
Look, what do we have?
A man saying press the switch. And near the crime scene, we have a switch, which acts as a remote trigger for an igniter. And last but not least, Prosecutor Gavin's flaming guitar. It can't all be coincidence, but how do I make it work?
I see a more direct line of questioning and is required. When the crime scene was investigated immediately after the crime, that window was closed. You have to tell us how Laminor heard the voice. A key point to be sure.
Can we explain that?
Okay, Justice, we got this one. But one thing to prove, and one thing only. Laminor heard a voice. And she heard it during the second set. Think, how was Laminor able to hear the voice? Somewhere else. Because there was a disappearance act. Right? When we investigated the scene, the window was closed. The shooter had no reason to close it, had it been open either. Meaning, it was impossible to hear the voice through the window. It's good to hear you're making sense again. For a moment I was afraid you might be a Borginian too. As I was saying, Laminor could not hear the voice through the window. So, there can only be one place. You heard the voice from another location entirely. What's this? You do amuse me so. And here I thought you and Good Sense were back on speaking terms. I'm afraid you and Good Sense speak two entirely different languages. Shall I interpret for you her forehead? Laminor clearly stated she heard the voice through the small window. And there is only one small window at the scene. Are you sure? Think about it. Isn't there another small window at the scene? There is? I know that look. He wants us to ask him. Very well, you claim Laminor heard a voice from another location. Mr. Justice, show us where this location was. So this is the window. Here we have the vents. This is where Laminor heard the voice from. But that's not a small window, that's an air vent. What did she tell us? She said she's a Borginian unfamiliar with our language. This is not a stretch to imagine she called this air vent a small window.
Objection!
No, you've done it. You've gone beyond ridiculous and into ludicrous. Laminor was up in the ventilation system listening to this man's voice. That's the logical explanation, yes. Logical. I do not think this word means what you think it means, forehead. Okay, what about it isn't logical? I hardly merit saying. Why would Laminor be in the ventilation system? Hiding like a rat. No offense intended to her, of course. The explanation for that is simple, Prosecutor Gavin. Isn't it, Laminor? You have been listening to our discussion here, Res.
Yes. I admit it has been quite confusing since yesterday. Yes, the small window was closed. But why should that mean I could not hear through it? I feared our prosecutor might himself need an interpreter.
Ah! The problem here is words. Laminor, this small window through which you heard the voice, was it up high on the ceiling of the room, not low on the wall?
Yes, it was up on the ceiling.
What? Order, I will have order.
Eehaha.
Witness, you will clarify the statement to the court. Are you in fact saying that you were up above the ceiling of the room? And that's where you heard the moment of the crime?
Yes, in fact, I was. I am sorry, I never imagined it would become such an important point.
Yes, well, why the heck were you up there? Apollo, why the hell are you asking her that stupid-ass question? She was doing the magic trick. She had to move from point A to point B. That's why she was up there. Oh my god, do we actually have to, like, point this out too? Oh boy. I believe it's time for another testimony.
I'm not sure I can't.
I remind you that this is a murder trial. We will hear your testimony. Tell us what you witnessed the crime from above the ceiling of that room. Please. Well, looks like I'm on the right track. And now she's not being, like, cooperative because she was so strictly told by the magician to not to reveal the trick. Which is really fucking stupid in a... Again, this is a freaking... a flipping trial, but whatever. Wow, these air vents are huge. She was able to, like... She didn't have to crawl, she had to, like, crouch? And those things were huge.
Yes, I was above the ceiling when I heard the voice. I had heard there was a small window there before. It was in the middle of my performance. I had no time to report what I had heard. As to why I was there, I cannot say. I am bound to secrecy on this matter.
I understand, because that was a magic trick. Bound to secrecy.
It's my line of work. One has many obligations to uphold.
But you say you were in the middle of your performance. So this did happen during the second set.
I did not witness the crime. You must understand. I only know what I heard.
Yes, but you must tell us what you were doing in the detail. Jukoliste, ihmiset, käyttäkää aivojanne. Se oli se vitsin taikatemppu kesken ja... Why do we have to use time on this? God dang it. Sorry, I'm just getting a bit... You know. I guess we gotta freaking... twist everything from a iron pipe at this point. That's what the cross-examination is for. Yeah, her forehead. Yeah. Our mission in the court is to discern the truth. No obligation, no binding pact. May hinder that hinder the mission. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin your cross-examination. I'm good, Truzy. I also... I'm like baffled why, for instance, Prosecutor Gavin doesn't know. Because he should know, because these are like rehearsed tricks, acts, you know? It should not be something we would have to like question her. There's no way in hell only one person knew how she was doing the trick. The entire staff and everybody there would have to have known that. But apparently in this story, it's only Laminor who knows how that trick was done. Plus probably the magician who taught it to her, but whatever. Seems a little unrealistic in that point. Or Clavier just doesn't want to share. There's that too. Okay. Okay. Well, let's save and start poking. We gotta figure out what do we exactly have to poke about here and present. Above the ceiling, could you be more specific?
I cannot.
Because you are bound to secrecy?
Yes. To tell the truth, I was not supposed to even say I was above the ceiling. I dare not say more.
Doesn't sound like I'll be able to close it out of her just by asking. By small window, you mean the air vent?
I only remember I needed to be careful of where I put my hand and feet. I cannot see the light coming through the window, of course.
Oh, the air went great. Would trip you up, certainly.
So I was walking very carefully when I heard the gunshots. Startled, I crouched and listened. That is when I heard this voice come from the room.
Darian's voice.
I knew something terrible had happened, yet
it was in the middle of a performance. So without a word, you just let the third set start?
After the curtain closed for the second set, there was still much to do.
You could have prevented this whole misunderstanding if you had only told us sooner.
Yes, perhaps I could have.
I see little no point of badgering the witness. What's done, it's done. The mind works differently when one is in the middle of a performance. Why, I've lost my voice in the middle of a show and kept on singing, completely unaware. Singing without a voice? If only all the contradictions were so obvious.
If only I could get Lamino to talk.
Cannot say, bound by the secrecy. But I'm still gonna poke her on these last two bits, and then I have to start figuring out what to present.
You heard the gunshots during the second set, during your performance.
You are quite sure?
Yes. Why would I lie about the time?
Why didn't you tell us this yesterday?
No one asked me. I thought you all knew. I told you Machi was not the killer. I told you this many times.
Yes, you did. But you never told us why.
I am sorry. I was not able to speak of it.
Unable or unwilling. Was the magic trick, but the thing is, how do we now poke about it? Okay, let's see. Bound by the secrecy on the matter. Let's see what we have. Do we have to present this? It's in this part? Or in this last part? Exactly who bound you to the secrecy?
I'm not sure I'm allowed to say who it was. No, I think perhaps that is alright. It is just a name after all. It was Valant Grammare. Perhaps you know him.
Valant Grammare? What?
You mean Uncle Valant?
What? Valant Grammare? Who's Valant Grammare?
A grand magician. The one responsible for the illusion performed during our concert.
Interesting reaction, Prosecutor Gavin. Lamino was bound by the secret. Yeah. Okay. With the voice.
And that's the thing.
Let's see. I poke her in this part and use the videotape.
Objection!
Huh. Laminor, truth be told, the reason for your presence above the ceiling is quite clear. Especially when you consider what happened during your performance.
What happened?
Yes, it's all right here on this video. We actually have to watch. Yeah, okay, we're watching this. And she disappears now. And she's going through the vents currently when this is happening. And she reappears here. As we can see, Laminor was clearly not on the stage for her entire performance. Oh! Though it saddens me to be so realistic, Laminor is incapable of actually vanishing, let alone teleport. So the only explanation is that she was hiding from view, and during the time she moved to the back of the forum.
Hello?
What, Truzy?
It's not nice to reveal a magician's secrets, and it's against the rules.
But I'm a lawyer, I'm not supposed to be nice. Plus, we're in a court, of course we're gonna have to reveal this shit. Sorry, Truzy, I didn't mean to yell at you. This is very fascinating. But how is it possible? There's only 20 seconds between when she disappears and reappears. We couldn't have moved that fast. Yeah, except clap your nose. Potentially, was there a stuntable or something? Is something wrong, Prosecutor Gavin? This was his concert. His show. He knows how the illusion was performed. Exactly. It's very unrealistic if the staff, at the very least, and the other performers wouldn't know about the freaking magic trick. Oh. He's just realizing his own oversight. Let's look at the cross-section diagram again. Here we have a trace of route through the ceiling. It goes from the stage through the backstage to the rear of the forum. Aha! I recall Laminor's testimony from yesterday. He went from the stage to the backstage exit. A perfect description of this route above the ceiling. Laminor knew of this because of her part in Illusion. But she wasn't the only one who knew. But just now in the lobby, Machi told me something.
I know if I opening vent, I can leave stage and the backstage.
He said that. Oh, were you not informed, Prosecutor Gavin? I knew about the vanishing act, of course. Yet I had no idea of the route that would be used. Why didn't that magician tell me?
Magicians only reveal details of their acts on the need-to-know basis. They're the bread and butter of the magician's life, you know.
Which is why he bound Laminor to secrecy.
Well, Laminor, I am impressed, Mr. Attorney. Machi was right about you.
Oh, what does this mean? Are you saying you used this route above the ceiling?
I did.
Well, that's that, but I'm still a little confused. What's that, Your Honor? I said before. Yeah, there's only 20 seconds there, but it's not a lot of time. That was a very little time between when she disappeared. 20 seconds tops. How could she do it so fast? Especially if he stopped to hear a shooter's voice. That's a good question. Can the witness explain this to the court?
I cannot.
Very well, Mr. Justice. Ah, shit. How am I supposed to explain that? Yes? It's all up to you. Do your thing. Hey, my thing, Your Honor? You have to explain how Laminor was able to teleport like she did. Or am I throwing your case out of this, with the bathwater?
Ew, don't. Why do I get picked on? It's Laminor who isn't going along with the program here. As I have stated before, I am not at liberty to speak of this illusion that night in detail.
Then you'll just have to tell us what you can. We'll hear your testimony on this, Mr. Justice, if it'll be your job divining the truth of her.
Yes, if you would, please.
Right.
I feel like a student before finals. Good luck, Apollo.
Thanks, Trucy.
I followed the route exactly as I was instructed. There's an emergency exit in the backstage, where a stagehand waited. From there, one can enter the forum on the opposite side from the stage. The plan was for me to move there in 2 minutes. I was on my way when I heard the voice.
2 minutes, you say? The mystery deepens. That's my curiosity. Take it away, Mr. Justice.
Right, Your Honor. All I have to do is find the contradiction between what Laminor is saying and what we can see plainly in the video. I figured it out already. I'm a magician after all.
That's great, Trucy. Scared to share?
Well, tell me. Not a chance. I can't reveal another magician's secrets. Come on.
Knew it. My goodness, girl. You could be a really, really awesome assistant, but... or assistant in this case, but, being a little bit too touchy with the not revealing magician's trick thing. Well, time to poke. How did you proceed along this route?
How? Well, I walked.
But you're right behind the forum much too fast to have been walking. Tell the truth, Laminor. You rode some kind of vehicle. What, a vehicle? What a vehicle? What a novel idea, I like it.
Hey, that's not a bad guess. Wrong, but not bad.
That's fine.
I'm sorry, but the girl is right. That vent was much too small for a vehicle. It was a tight fit. Even I had to crouch as I walked. I cannot imagine a vehicle that could fit in such a small place.
Alright, not a vehicle then. Did everyone on the concert staff know about the trick?
Not all, only a few that were needed to help. See? Like I said, it's on a need-to-know basis. So not many people knew about the trick.
What were those stagehands required to do?
One needed to open the emergency exit. The door to the stairs is locked, but once through there...
Hold it!
So when you came back out, you were behind the audience.
Yes, that is how it worked.
Not bad show, if I do say so myself.
That's an Uncle Alan for you. The old grammar rate touch.
But on the video, you were only gone for 20 seconds. How is that possible?
That's the part I don't know either. Yes, it would be hard to go so far in only 20 seconds.
Hold it!
2 minutes.
Yes, it can be done in 1 minute if you are running.
Running? In that cramped, dark tunnel above the ceiling?
Mr. Attorney, have you forgotten? Dark or lit, it makes no difference to me.
That's true, but are you saying that on the night of the concert you made the trip in 2 minutes?
Yes. Though I nearly didn't make it in time. You see, I stopped halfway.
To hear the whole thing.
Laminar's disappearance on the video for 20 seconds. But she says she made the trip in 2 minutes. How? You want my professional opinion? I'll bet the answer's right there in that video.
Well, Mr. Justice, perhaps you have some evidence for us.
Oh boy. Eh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Something that explains this discrepancy between the video and our testimony.
Evidence explaining the disappearance.
Okay, I guess we try. There's one piece of evidence that explains the disappearance between video and testimony. Oi perskudaralla. Do we have?
Do we really have?
Hey.
Take that! Objection!
Okay. Ah. Maybe we don't have the evidence there. Hold on.
Any professional opinion about this one, Trucy? I think I'm gonna keep, like, poking her a little bit before I... So basically it's this part And we're supposed to present an evidence, but I will still check what she says in the last part. And it was Darian's voice you heard. Yes, I am certain it was him.
Objection!
A matter best left for later, yeah? But what forehead of yours? Part of yours to work on this illusion first. Hold on, I think the identity of the killer is a little more important, don't you? Wow, I actually was with Apollo there a little bit. Like, I would prefer this we catch the murderer instead of figuring out a freaking magic trick, but okay.
Oh.
I guess we know what part we are doing this from, but we poke here, and we are supposed to poke, show an evidence. And I tried showing the mix thingamajig, but I suppose it's a bit different. Are we seriously gonna... No. Not that. It is not that.
He's not dead.
I'm gonna save here. Alright, 2 evidences here now. We gotta figure out which one is it. I'm actually not sure which one I'm using here. I've used this and this, so... Not that it's this, but... Not that... Well, I'm gonna sit here and poke all of those things because I'm not really sure what how they're planning to explain something. I don't think it's the guitar either, but I might as well try. Presented 3 different things now. Not this either. It has to be one of the newer evidence. There we go. The pouch. I was basically looking at all the things and being like, okay, what the hell are we using here? Then I remembered that this thing was found there and figured that according to her testimony at one point she like glanced into the room a little bit, but it wasn't through the glanced into the room, but wouldn't have had time to have the brooch fall, and the fact that the brooch was found relatively close to the air vent too, so oh boy. Well, let's see how this pans out. Lamiror, do you happen to remember this brooch? Brooch, blah blah. Aha, the brooch! We saw that yesterday, didn't we not? It was found at the scene, Your Honor. And you're bringing this up now, boy? I thought we had it already determined when that was dropped. So did I, but we hadn't. Take another look at the video. Oh yeah, she has it here, but she doesn't have it when she reappears. Here you can see she's wearing the brooch. Oh, she is. Let's look a bit later. She doesn't have it here. But what? The brooch is gone. What? Yes. The brooch disappeared in the short space of 20 seconds. And it takes a full minute to run from the stage to the backstage. And Laminor did it in 2 minutes. Which means there can only be one explanation. The Laminor we see before the vanishing act and the Laminor we see after are two different people. Ding ding ding. Yep. What? The brooch was found on the floor of the crime scene. And not just on the floor, but on the floor directly beneath the air vent. Laminor, tell me, did you drop the brooch on your way from the stage to the backstage? And the very moment you witnessed the crime? Yes, I think I did. Order, Prosecutor Gavin. From your expression, I gather you had no idea this was the case, Sir Judge. I, of course, knew about it. What? Don't get me wrong, I wasn't hiding it, it just never occurred to me that the switch and the shooting took place at the same time. So I was right. There was a switch. There was. Just before the stage tower rose, Laminor was replaced. While we're on the subject, just who was this replacement Laminor? Why, the man behind the illusion, Alan Grammeret. Dang, Unc was there? Was Grammeret? That's quite the illusion, but I still don't get one thing. Yes? The switch happened before the tower rose, correctly? We went on the stage. That's right. But this fake Laminor is still singing. That's recorded, stupid.
Come on, Apollo, that's an easy one. They were just playing and recording.
Thank you. Gabiners aren't some kind of an air guitar band, Fraulein.
Oh, you mean I'm wrong?
When we play a show live, we play live, no recordings. Perhaps you can explain, Laminor.
Very well.
Oh, yes, do tell and add it to your testimony. Seriously? Oh, that's just silly. What the hell? You were singing.
Yes. Mr. Gavin expressed a dislike for recordings, so I used this.
Wait, so you were singing the whole time? Even when you were crawling above the ceiling towards the backstage? Dang, woman! That's some skill.
Why should it matter where I sing, when everywhere I go is the same darkness?
If we were singing while we were walking.
That's right, wouldn't the shooter and the victim have heard? She was singing right over their heads, after all.
Yeah, but... Are you sure? You have to be pretty hard of hearing and miss someone singing in the ceiling. Once again, we come back to the stage of the scene of the crime.
What stage?
I mean, the music was blasting through the speakers.
I know what he means. That old speaker, Apollo.
The speaker?
That speaker was blaring at the time of the murder.
Yeah, monitoring the stage. Yeah. Satisfied? That dressing room was fitted with a large speakers playing the direct feed from the stage. At my request, actually. A Laminor singing in the ceiling sounded just like Laminor singing over the speaker. Ingenious! Her voice was hidden by her voice. Laminor?
I've just remembered something.
Do tell.
When I heard the noise, the gunshots, yes? It startled me, so I stopped singing.
What?
I forgot the words I was supposed to sing. The song stopped. Thankfully, it was the very beginning of the second verse, so not many would notice.
Go ahead. That mixing board I lent you. Where is it? The mix... Huh?
The machine, Apollo, the one that breaks music into tracks?
Yeah, we have it. Let's take a listen. Do anything about it while it's happening, or do we just stare at this? Probably gonna stare at this one. This is the one that seems to be like her voice. The song does stop there. Does? I must have missed it. Look at the lyric sheet. Look at the lyric sheet at the top of the second verse. It there says pleasure, pleasure. Now listen again. it's missing one more pleasure. This evidence indeed. I believe we have her guilty of making a terrible mistake.
The crime didn't happen during the third set. It happened during the second during Laminor's ballad.
That is true. And no one on the stage during the second set could have been the shooter.
Which means that Darian Crescendon could have done it. He wasn't on the stage for the second set. Well, Prosecutor Gavin.
Fascinating.
I don't believe I've ever seen a trial turned around quite so thoroughly.
Yet one problem remains. What is that, Prosecutor Gavin? Our forehead theory does have a certain kind of logic to it. Yet it's entirely based upon Laminor's testimony. Yes, is there a problem with this? Well, it's quite simple, though it pains me to say it. What if she is lying to protect the defendant?
Objection!
Yeah, what about you? Really starting to prosecute there. Potentially protecting your friend there, buddy? But you have no proof. All I am saying that the truth is yet unclear. Until we hear directly from the man himself. Oh, the man? You don't mean? Yes. Oh, he is a friend and band member. Darian Crescendant must take the stand. I see no other way. Yeah, bring the dude here. We'll bust that secret out of him. As someone with a new perspective on the case. As a suspect, to be frank. Okay, never mind, he's not protecting his friendo. He's literally putting him in the stand. To be fair, maybe he's trying to protect him whilst he's in the stand. Or he actually started to believe our theory about this whole thing. And he's after the truth now. Finally, the rat's coming out of its hole. And I'm ready to catch him. Darian Crescendant, get ready for justice. For justice! This is as good as a time as any to pause for a brief recess. The prosecution will summon the witness. Have him here and ready by the time we need. Begin. I'm the last man who needs to be reminded that what his duties are. Very well, the court is adjourned for 15-minute recess. Oh, to be continued. Oh no.
Shave? Yes, we would like to shave. Let's do that on 2 parts.
Or do we do it like...
There we go. Yes, we continue.
I said we were gonna figure this shit out.
July 10th, 1:40 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Apollo, I can't believe it. It really happened during the second act. And right in the middle of the Laminor's performance.
And the reason why she was in the air vents. And that switch. And the flaming guitar. I don't link it all together. That's what you end up with. I knew what you had what it took, huh? Oh, hi, Phoenix.
Ah, Daddy!
Mr. Wright. You believed in me? Not really. Thanks, man. Wow, gee wish. Thanks about... Okay. Huh? I just thought that makes a cooler entrance than say, hiya. Why do I even bother hoping?
Where have you been lately, Daddy? You haven't been coming to the office at all.
Sorry about that, Truzy. I'm on a secret mission.
Secret? You mean like you're undercover?
Like Mr. Taos, only shorter and not as well dressed.
Oh no, what if you should too, Daddy?
Would I do thing like that to you? Anyway, I'm off for a while again. Huh? You're leaving? Oh, one thing before I go. What? Good luck. Right. Is that all you came to say? I think you have things pretty much under control. You'll get Banshee to buy off the hook, no doubt. Yeah, but you're after that detective, aren't you? Darian Grisend. It won't be easy proving he did it, especially not under the current court system. The current court system? What did Prosecutor Gavin say during the trial? Your case is based on a fragile assumption. Namely, that our diva divine is telling the truth.
But what about all the proof? The brooch and the switch?
A piece of jewelry and a lyrical blunder? There are plenty of other ways to explain these things. The flaming guitar, too. All because you lack definitive proof of their connection to the case.
But
if the sultry songstress is lying, your case melts like a butter in a frying pan, leaving behind the faintly signed scent of failure. So what do I do? Like I said, good luck. And be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I have something to give you from our detective friend.
Sky? Emma?
Let's see, this bag of snacks here was meant for me. Alright, here it is.
What is that?
What? Oh?
What are those, Daddy? They don't look like very good snacking material.
They were found at the scene. Analysis of the fragments of revealed traces of gunpowder.
Oh? Gunpowder?
Probably a firecracker or something similar like the ones kids are into these days. These fragments were found under the sofa at the scene of the crime, actually. And those were the gunshots, the fake gunshots that we heard.
Under the sofa? Hey, Apollo! That's where we found that little device thingy.
Right, this.
Well, finally some evidence that makes sense.
Okay. Burned fragments added to the court record. That's all for me, I suppose.
Dang.
Thank you, Emma. But to be fair, why didn't she just deliver them herself? She just yoinked Phoenix and was like, hey, can you, like, give these to Apollo and Trucy? Man. Okay. You after the verdict? Maybe. Right. Every man has an igniter inside him. Pardon? Find Darian Grisendant igniter and set it off. Wow, that was poetic. And he walked out of the door just like that. Just like a magician normally.
Aw. What does he want us to do? No, conventional methods? What does that mean?
I guess we just have to take his advice and hope it makes sense when time comes. Guess.
We're almost at the finish line. Hang in there, Trucy.
July 10th, 1:55 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Come on, voice of mine. Hopefully I'll last however long this trial lasts. I feel like now we're entering to the last trial. Court is now back in session. Prosecutor Gavin, where is Detective Crescendant? In the witness lounge, ready to be called at any time. Very well. Might I add, I don't believe any of this. He, Darian, was the first detective I ever worked with. We stopped working together when he moved to Criminal Affairs, Division 3. What is a guitar playing? It fires my imagination. That's nice, but it has nothing to do with the matter of the hand. Correct? Oh, I know. Her forehead. Very well, call the final witness to the stand. Detective Darian Resent. Name and occupation, please. Darian Crescent, Detective Criminal Affairs, Division 3. That's the International Affairs Division, for those of you who didn't know. And I'm a guitarist for the Gaviners. Maybe you've heard of us. Do you fully understand the circumstances under which you stand before us today? Yeah, I understand, Your Honor. What I don't understand is how you let this happen, partner. You gave me your word I wouldn't be standing here. The situation's changed, and don't call me partner. Tuh, so much for old friends. I see what you're doing, Darian. You're pressing the prosecution. Your Honor, if we could begin the trial. Yes, this is a high time we did. Let's hear your testimony. You may begin with your response to Laminor's testimony, if in fact you have anything to say about it. Oh, I got plenty to say. Lying must be a national pastime in Virginia. And whatever you're from, Mr. Justice. Ha! Conventional methods are out of the window, huh? Here goes nothing. Oh boy. The D was lying. Plain and simple. She got nothing to back up her story. In the first place, she never heard my voice. She forgot the words because she heard gunshots. As if. Didn't Detective Emma Sky heard those gunshots during the third set anyway? The shooting took place when I was on stage, man. Pretty much declined everything we have been trying to say. So you claim Laminor's testimony was a lie? Hey, don't get me wrong. I dig that she's trying to protect that kid. And she's got the court eating vague statements out of her hand just cause she's blind. You go too far, Darian. Look, all I'm saying is, you've got a reliable witness. Why not listen to the detective? Detective Sky, I see. The Justice, you may begin your cross-examination. Well, he didn't waste any time finding out a weak spot. Can't do this with Laminor's testimony alone. We'll have to find some other way to prove when the shooting took place. Right. The music is freaking intense now. Well, let's start poking. You don't have any proof she was lying. Oh yeah, kid? You're saying I lied? No, I'm just saying, a
Apollo, clear it back at him. Couldn't help it, I flinched my reflex. Detective Brissett.
Yeah, what do you want? Apollo, buddy. Raw back bite. Go. Throw a spine, buddy.
Apollo, chin up, back straight, you're wilting.
Look, there's no way the diva remembers my voice.
Hold it!
You never talked to her, even though you were playing in the same concert? Not a word, as far as I can recall.
But weren't there planning sessions or something?
Gavin took care of all that himself.
I mean,
She heard you for the first time at the backstage when the shooting was happening. And next time she heard you was in the courtroom. Well, there's that. Darian wasn't involved in any of the meetings with her. As if you can just go around remembering everyone's voice like that anyway. I mean, the fact that she can actually do that is pretty cool. But it makes more sense because she's blind, so she does have to rely on that sense of hearing. Because she can't rely on her sense of seeing, you dimwit. Only an idiot would believe that.
Laminar's hearing is very sensitive. She couldn't remember him if she heard. She could have remembered him if she heard him. I'm sure of it. I just can't prove it. And I need proof.
Hold it!
We know she missed the words. The mixing board proves it.
Oh yeah, that was a mistake. But blaming it on a gunshots is just a lame excuse.
What do you mean?
The mixing board proves what? It proves there was a mistake in a song. A missed cue. So, she just flopped it up big time, that's all. She spins the story about the gunshot to protect the kid and cover her own proof. Man, I have to hand it to her. If she wasn't sticking it to me at the same time. Darian, watch what you're saying. Laminar is an artist. She just flopped it up. That is not a small accusation for her performance of her caliber. Heh, she got you alright. I can see it in your eyes. I tell you, most of her stuff is so pretentious, it's way over my head.
I'm detecting a rift in the Gaviner's ranks.
Anyway, she's too close to the defendant. Her testimony can't be trusted. If you ask me, I'll go with the Detective Sky story at the drop of a pick.
Hold it!
Actually, I was there too.
Oh, I heard. Which means you heard them too, right? Gunshots.
Yes.
We heard gunshots. Air quotation. Neither I nor Emma actually saw the shooting, mind you. Heh. Guess you and the Laminar got the same excuse then. We know one thing for certain here. There were gunshots-like sounds that emanate from the room during the third set. What we must determine is whether those sounds were actually gunshots.
Machi heard them too. Remember, he said he ran from the air duct when he heard them?
So how do we figure out just what those gunshots during the third set were?
Hold it!
That could have been what the shooter wanted us to think.
I'll tell you what the shooter, that kid, wants you to think. He wants you to think the diva heard me in that room. As much as I enjoyed the Darien and Forehead show, there's no need for such tempers. Don't make us into some comedy duo. This means the Gavin and Darien shows cancelled. Neither of your claims can be proven or disproven. We can only argue for days like this and get nowhere. Prosecutor Gavin's quite right. This court will hear no further discussion of this topic without new case. New fact.
New facts, huh? He's pretty eager to paint Luminor as a liar, isn't he?
Yeah, because her testimony is basically our entire case.
This is tough. So what do we do?
I've got a few ideas.
I just need to find another way to prove it didn't happen when he was saying it did.
Right.
Alrighty.
Okay, our bracelet is, like, not responding right now, so...
It has to be an evidence.
Never heard. I'm wondering if we use the burned fragments now as the evidence? Because we're literally given these, or...
Objection!
Well, not in this part, that's for sure. Not in that part, got it. So we're not using the burned fragments at that part. Never heard voice. So we're gonna focus on the heard voice then. No.
Oh, hello, Tigri. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good Monday.
Or at the very least, a decent one. We finally have this guy on the stand. Really trying to poke him. Of back rubs. I could use a back massage though. Still have the knots there, but
Mostly now, resting.
but yeah, we are definitely solving this case today. That's for sure.
That's for sure, so let me see. Do I use the recording here?
Objection!
I do.
Ding ding ding.
Some things were found at the crime scene after yesterday's trial. What things? The first was this small device. Oh, that's the remote trigger igniter. Correct. And one more thing.
One more thing.
What are those? The remains of something burned? Not another guitar, I hope. Traces of gunpowder were found on these fragments. We have reports that it was something like a firecracker.
Oh, he knew about it then. How did Gavin know about this?
What, do you think Detective Sky works for you? I received these reports this morning before coming here. Why did we receive those, like, on the freaking break just now? And not even by Emma herself, but because Phoenix brought them. Touche, he did say it was from Emma, so... Man! Fine. At least we got them. That's when I made my decision, actually. What decision is this, Prosecutor Gavin? I registered Darian as a witness in today's trial. Just in case. This raises another possibility. Those gunshots like sounds during the third set. Could have been two firecrackers triggered on to go off by remote control. Touché. You got an active imagination, don't you? But you shouldn't say every little thing you think. Your explanation there seems a bit too convenient to me. How so? They're saying these firecrackers just happened to go off. Right, when two witnesses came walking by? Ha!
That's right. Darian was out on the stage when it happened, Apollo.
Yeah, but you guys forget that the headset, the one random headset, was literally outside of that door on the hallway. So, you know.
How would he have known someone was backstage right then?
I'll show you how. If the game lets me. Or, let's see if the game actually does it for me. When a firecracker goes off in a forest, and there's no one there to hear, you get my drift. I go through the trouble, man. Apollo, stop acting like surprised. It may not look it, but Darian's a gifted detective. Show any weakness and he'll sure to find it. It may look it, partner. Gee, thanks, man. That reminds me. I happened to pass through that very hallway several times that day myself. And I saw something odd there just before the third set. Oh wow. We are not even the ones that are gonna point it out. Clavier is. A headset. The kind of the band and staff members were wearing.
That's right. We picked it up from front of the door of that dressing room.
What if that headset wasn't dropped but placed? And what if it was turned on?
You could hear what was going on in that hallway, even if you were on stage.
There. Whose side are you on, Gavin? Listen to me, Darian. There are no sides in the court of law. Which is why I know to turn to you, her forehead. I've a question for you. Huh? For me? The igniter and the burned fragments that were found at the scene of the crime. It's certainly a possibility that they were part of the ruse to fake the sound of gunshots. Throw the headset from the hallway into the mix and you could fabricate an alibi. But we're still no closer to proving anything. Those gunshots might have been real or fake. We can't say. You have raised the possibility that the shots heard during the third set were fake. Now you need to prove the other half of the case. Look, I'll just tell him. He wants you to prove that thing went down in the second act, while your little piano player was on stage. Is that right, Gavin? Indeed, if you can't prove that, then to continue this cross-examination would be pointless. Well, Mr. Justice, that sucks. Can you prove the crime took place during the second set? Yeah, I think.
You better know, Apollo, otherwise we're through.
Can't be proven. Can it? You make it sound like someone else is going to come along and do it for you. Let's continue with the cross-examination then, shall we? Witness your testimony if you would. This isn't gonna be easy. I need some decisive proof then fast. You ready, kid? 'Cause I am.
Let's see the proof, huh?
Do I point this out now, or... Oh, I guess I can hold it first and then...
But the gunshots heard during the third set could have been...
What? Some kind of a setup? I've heard that one before.
Yeah, we need to show proof. Got it. I still wanted to do that just in case. Oh, hello, doggy. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good Monday.
Sorry, I'm not saying any of these lines out loud. It basically is like them just chatting there. Okay, so it has to be this last part, and it has to be an evidence. Got it. Alright, time to use my last bit of nogging I have. Okay. All of these things are used. Use the tape, use the headset, use the igniter, and use the trigger. Diagram. Virginia's newspaper, raccoon. The only thing we haven't used is this autopsy report, honestly. I don't think we have, but yeah, it's not this one.
Not this one, Apollo. Shoot up. Stop, Apollo. Wasn't that what it?
And it's not the firecrackers, because we already pointed this whole scenario with these. Still wanted to try it, because I'm not quite sure what they again want me to exactly point out here. I haven't shown the guitar yet, haven't we? Nope. Haven't shown the guitar yet, but wasn't something to be shown at this point. In question. I don't think we are supposed to show the egg. I don't think it's the diagram, but at least I tried. Ba-ba-ba-bam. The trigger?
Objection!
Oh. Wow. Not the trigger either. We show the device? This case, at the very least, has poked us with the whole...
You can use the same evidence multiple times
scenario, so...
Objection!
Not the igniter either.
Sorry, I'm not using my brain here. I'm trying to, like, figure this out right now. You just poke him.
Not the firecrackers, not the guitar, not the diagram, not the trigger, not the igniter.
Objection!
Not the videotape. It's the classic, I'ma use all the goddamn things that I have in my disposal. Because I am not sure how this is be proven. Unless you guys have an idea. And it wasn't the autopsy report. Is it the brooch again?
Objection!
Nope.
God damn it.
I'm gonna flip out if it's not even this part that I'm supposed to be showing the evidence. Pretty sure it should be this one. And we can't even use this anymore.
Objection!
Nope. Man, do I have to, like... I've, like,
Objection!
gone through pretty much all the evidence there.
This is a tricky one.
Basically, I've gone through all the things except for the newspapers and the egg here. And from these, I've used the brooch.
Objection!
Wow, seriously, using the mix paper here? Mixer here? Okay. Let's see you use it. It seems there's a clear proof left behind. Right here in Laminor's song. A song? What exactly is this, device thingy? You've seen that before. A new variety of... Oh my freaking god. Come on, we just use this, so don't get me started with the gramophone. This device was used to record the performance part by part. Part? You move the sliders to adjust the volume. Each instrument is adjustable separately, Laminor's voice included. Oh, but what does this prove? According to Laminor's testimony, at the moment of the shooting, she forgot the words of the song. Ah, you intend to examine the recording at the moment, yeah? We might even hear those gunshots. Exactly. Huh. Ridiculous. Oh, look who's wedding. How are you supposed to hear gunshots back in the dressing room out on the stage? Have you forgotten, Darian? We were all wearing these headsets. Oh. We were all deeply involved in our performances. But Laminor's headset could have picked up what she heard all the same. Then let's get analyzing the recording. Right now. Oh dear. I see my lifeline there flickering. Do I only get like 2 shots to do this? Find that spot and I'll find a gunshot. Okay. Nope. 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 Oh, I heard it. What? Your Honor, listen closely to this part. This is the track with Laminor's vocals. Oh. There it is! First shot! Aha! I did hear something. Why, it sounded like a gunshot. What? That must have been some kind of mistake. I believe the case has been made. Gunshots were heard during the second set, which means Laminor's testimony was true. Ah. Order, so she was telling the truth about what she heard. Yeah, I've trusted her word pretty much from the get-go, but... Silver pressed the switch. Just after that, there was a gunshot and then the guitar caught on fire. The Deathly Crescent. You weren't on the stage during the second set. You could have done it. But we did only hear 1 gunshot on the recording. Weren't 2 bullets fired from this weapon? Laminor was moving through the air vents, Your Honor. He must have not have been close enough for the mic to catch the first shot. But then, as she passed over...
The gun fired again, and Mr. Latouse's life was taken. Well, Detective Crescent. Once again I reminded of something. Our performance that day. Your performance? Seeing the mixing board jogged my memory. You were there too, her forehead. Oh yeah, the whole... second guitar. I thought it was strange at the time. Why would you miss such a simple cue? I know you. I know how you play. You're better than that. Well, You know what? Prosecutor Gavin, what are you getting at? I'm talking about the murder weapon, Mr. Latouse's 45 caliber hand cannon. As we have learned, even the shooter doesn't go unscared with a revolver that size. The kickback is enough to dislocate your shoulder if you're an amateur. Wait. Seriously, now we're pointing that shit out? Not when we were accusing a goddamn child of shoot... Okay, that's stupid. Sorry, I'm calling this game out. That's just stupid right now. That should have been the most obvious bullshit ever. To blame a fucking 14-year-old shooting a huge gun that supposedly can dislocate your shoulder if you do it incorrectly. Okay. Alright. You mean his playing was affected because he hurt himself shooting that revolver? Ha! You're forgetting something. Yes, Detective Crescendant? I'm a trained police officer, you know? I've had firearms training. Plenty of it. I'm no amateur. That's standard sidearm issue to police officers is a 48 caliber weapon. A much tamer beast. Also, the murder weapon belonged to the victim, Mr. Latouse. Which suggests there was a struggle between killer and the victim. Oh, the killer might not have been holding the revolver correctly when he fired. Is that what you mean? The thought had occurred to me, yes? Well, does the witness have anything to say to this? Nope. Detective Crescent. What I want to ask is what Mr. Sleeve rolled up ready for action has to say. Hey, you attorney? Me? Exactly which piece of your evidence is decisive again? You've got a little nose on the tape that could be anything. And you have alleged guitar cue miss due to the 45 caliber kickback. I weep for this case, Gavin. I really do. You can line up your little weak pieces of evidence all you want. I didn't shoot that manager. And that's the obvious truth. The witness has a point. Defendant arguments, while persuasive, are not decisive. I believe we should hear what the witness has to say in response to the case so far. Your testimony, please, Detective Crescendon. Tell us your reason why you couldn't have done it. Do we fish out the motive now? Come on, why would I ever want to kill that manager? There we go, we are fishing out the motive now. You want a reason? Easy. I've got no motive, man. Just want that diva first trip to this country, right? How could I possibly know her manager? If I didn't know him, why would I want to kill him? Interpol.
agent. Sure, you didn't know the guy. Simple reason indeed. Prosecutor Gavin, is this the case that Mr. Lataus had not been to our country before? According to our records, yes, not even once. Yeah, but has Detective Crescendent been to Virginia, for instance? Or any other country where he could have met Lataus? I see. Very well. The Justice, you may begin the cross-examination.
I need to find the motive. We know the motive. He wanted the cocoon.
Must have wanted it. But let's start poking first. Her manager, sure, but Mr. Lataus was... Alright, sorry, an Interpol agent, wasn't he? I just have a trouble picturing that big lunk as an undercover cop, you dig? And not a very good one, seeing as how he got wasted. Wow, he really is a douchebag. You're laughing at a dead guy. That's cold. Not that it matters either way. We have no reason to kill the man, whatever he was. But that's the same for Machi. No motive was proven for him. Come on, he traveled around the world with that old fart. He had plenty of time to come up with a motive of his own. Old. 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 That house was not old. This is not an age you can call an old. Yes, an adult. This is just an adult at this point. I would say that if this was like 45 or 55, then maybe? But 35 is not yet someone you can call an old fart. Yeesh. To be fair, this guy's like a fucking child in my eyes, but you know, I don't know. Okay, more than I sure did. I mean, think about it. Darian, you're a detective with an international affairs. Yeah, what of it? Even if this was Mr. Lataus' first trip to this country, you still could have met him prior to the concert. Huh? Or don't you take any international trips in international affairs?
Oh, hello, Ozzy. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good Monday. Or at the very least, a decent one.
Objection! How come I missed the start of your stream, shame on? Nah, don't shame on. No shaming on. But hey, you're technically not a perfect timing. We're kind of trying to roast this guy finally. You know, the guy who obviously did it. Now we just gotta, you know, really roast him out here. Make him confess. So, yeah. That's right. Well, Detective Crescent. That's your game, isn't it? Guess I better confess them. Confess? Yeah, it's a little bit of embarrassment, but I've never been sent overseas. What? But you're in international... See, me and the planes got a difference in opinion. We don't like each other much. Boats? Trains? Ever heard of those? Cars? I had a decent start of the week learning my Scrum Master notification coming up, but otherwise I'm fine.
Okay. It's a start. It is a start. I'm having a pretty good one.
Have to rest proper. This is why we're still here trying to bust this guy out. My condolences, Sir Forehead, but he's telling the truth. He's never set foot outside the country, I can guarantee it. As it turns out, my division was plenty of work to do local as well. That's so unfair.
Good to hear. Yay.
How could I possibly know the manager? So you didn't fraternize with him at all during the concert? Fraternize? Heh. I don't think we exchanged a single word. As if anyone would want to talk to that old Eastern blockhead. Now the ladies, that's different matter altogether. Oh, you see? Wow. Really making this guy out to be a douche.
Hold it!
You sure about that? What? What? Wipe that look off your face before I do it for you. You don't need to exchange words to fraternize with everyone. Yeah. Listen, you try throwing out one of your wild accusations. I'll throw it back at you so hard you'll forget who your accusation of what. Forehead, perhaps it's best for you to let your evidence do the talking. Yeah? Man, what evidence? That's what I want to know. I was using this mode of questioning as an ammunition, huh? Oh, I've got ammunition too. Evidence. Now I just gotta figure out where do I show it though. It has to be the cocoon. Most definitely has to be the cocoon, but where do we show it? Why do we want to kill the manager? No motive. Possibly know the manager. Didn't know, and why would I want to kill him? Either it's the last one or this second one here. Try the second one.
Objection!
Ah, it was the second one. Yep. Your Honor, take a look at this. What is that? Looks kind of like a candy. Don't eat it. It's not. Don't lick it, please. Detective Present. Ever seen this? Like a piece of candy. But it is an evidence. Don't lick it before you try it. Specifically, this is a replica of a cocoon. It was found among the victim's belongings. A cocoon? Never seen one that color. It is a variety only found in a republic of Virginia. Nowhere else. Alright, but what is this cocoon replica doing in my courtroom? Surely it has nothing to do with the motive for killing Mr. Taus, does it? It does. Wait, I mean, I think it... Apollo, come on! Have a spine! Dude, you know how important that cocoon is. Cocoon is. Cocoona. Ilkolliste. Sanat menee sekaisin. You don't sound so confident, man. A cocoon. Is this one of those silky cocoons? The kind that you can make, well, silk out of? Not this one. This cocoon makes a powerful curative. A curative? For what? Apparently, it's the most fixation at treating a disease through disease thought incurable. It is the only medicine of its kind. However, it is illegal to take one of these healing cocoons out of Virginia. Whatever for? If it's such a miracle cure, why not share it with the world?
Yeah, that's what I've been wondering.
We've looked into the matter of some length. Apparently, it isn't difficult at all to manufacture the remedy from the cocoon. Yet if you change the process only slightly, you can easily make a large quantity of something else entirely. A deadly poison, in fact. Yikes. But what? There was an incident several years ago where some of these got out onto the black market. It caused quite a commotion in a global community, though the media was kept largely unaware. Intriguing. All this has led to the strict ban of the cocoon's export, one rigidly enforced by Interpol, among others. Interpol. Right. The victim, Romain Lataus, was an Interpol agent. Detective Crescent, you insist on referring to him as a manager, but this is a misleading. Romain Lataus wasn't killed as a manager. He was killed as an undercover agent. So I was trying to smuggle this scumball into the country. That's what you're trying to say? I'm saying that could well be a motive for a murder. Oh, so I was going to sell it on the black market, make myself a pretty penny. Ridiculous. I mean, totally unthinkable. Unthinkable, you say? Why? Perhaps it is time for another testimony about the smuggling of cocoons business. Oh boy, more! International Affairs got a memo about these cocoons. Interpol's all hot and bothered about them. Can't sell them on the black market. Too dangerous. Yeah, cocoon smuggling ain't exactly lucrative anymore. Man, I'm in international affairs. I know the deal. Indeed. Interpol wanted these cocoons bad enough to send Mr. Lataus undercover. You kids think up the craziest things. But no way I'm going to risk life and limb just to get my hands on some dirty cocoon money. Not the most noble of statements, but duly noted. According to the reports, these cocoons top Interpol's lists. Selling them to an underground organization would be risky. Very well, you may begin the cross-examination. This is the only motive I've got. He was up to something, and I'm going to find out what. Cocoon! Kinda hoping that I could have gotten this guy to sweat a little bit more when I showed the cocoon. That memo! That's how you knew about the cocoons. Ah, nice one, nice one. I'm really scared now. You had to know about the cocoons to plan this. Just how well known are these cocoons? I'm embarrassed to admit it, but I've never heard of them. Well, Laminor knew about them, though not their use. My reports indicate that there are ongoing efforts to control information about the cocoons. Most people only know they're illegal to export. That's all. Then I've nothing to be embarrassed about after all. You could say people like me know more about them are a minority, yeah. But that included everyone in the international affairs, man. And everyone in Interpol too, for that matter, yeah. So there are other Interpol agents like Mr. Lataus. All over the world, likely. Deep up the cover, most of them. That's why these cocoons are too hot for the black market. You don't want Interpol sniffing through your wares. Most came to the conclusion that can't sell them on the black market. Dangerous. Yeah, Interpol finds you, they arrest you on the spot. Or another marketeer might think you're part of the sting and take you out with himself. Times have changed.
Hold it!
But wouldn't scarcity divide up prices?
Yeah, and attention. Every gangster and his brother would want a piece of that action. You turned your forehead into a switch cheese before you could have said objection. Maybe we could get them to cut his hair too.
Hey. Who's on the trial here again?
Man, you so obviously know nothing about the market.
And that's a bad thing?
Don't ever try to mess with me about this stuff.
Hold it!
Well, that's a good thing you know about the black market then, buddy. Which is why you'd know how to find a loophole in the system.
Hey, you can say what you want about me, but back off on the international affairs. There ain't no loophole, okay? What do you think we are, Boy Scouts? You're a bit of a boy in my eyes there, buddy, but yeah.
That wasn't what I was trying to...
Down, Darian. It's as you say. There are no loopholes, at least in the case of these cocoons. International affairs, Interpol and Borginian customs are all watching. See, we know what we're doing. Not like some yapping little doggies that lap out every word the diva says.
Out of...
Out of what? You want some of this? Chill, both of you. Let's do this cool, yeah?
Screw cool, I want this guy head on the stick. That replica has to be the key to this motive. There's gotta be a way to find out what he was up to.
Alrighty then.
We have poked him.
Now it's time to put out the evidence, I suppose. Alright, let's see. International affairs. Got a memo about these cocoons. Oh, hot because I'm bothered about them. Can't sell them on back market. Smuggling ain't good. You know the deal. What about hospitals? This thing say? At the same time, can we really use this newspaper article here exactly? Because this was just like handed to us this particular day.
Objection!
Wow, really? We can use this newspaper? Huh. I would. The hell did they just say? Why not choose a less dangerous buyer then? I would. How clueless are you? Everyone in the market's dangerous. The second they found out I was a cop, I would kiss my users goodbye. Why sell to a back market buyer? How about someone like this? Well, that article, that's about the Chief Justice's A deadly poison can be extracted from the cocoon. But so can a cure. And not a cure for just any disease. A cure for incertices. Incertis? I've heard of that somewhere. You went to visit the victim of the disease this morning. Yeah, there we go. What I'm saying, eyewitness is a detective. He would have contacted with the Chief Justice. Are you saying the Chief Justice would never deal in contraband? Not even to save his own son's life? But even if the deal went through, why'd it be an international scandal? That detective presented insurance. If a word ever got out, the one... Yeah, I don't like when this is auto-doing that. If the word ever got out, the one with his neck on the line would be Chief Justice. Detective Crescent, is this true? First, I'm a murderer. Now I'm a smuggler. How many crimes are you trying to pin on me anyway? Yes. Distasteful as it is to think about if the Chief Justice were the buyer. Why, a seller wouldn't hope for a better deal. A very cowardly seller. Don't let sleeves over there trick you. But I made a deal with the Chief Justice. Where's your proof? Way better. Oh yeah, and you're forgetting one other important thing. Do tell. Interpol isn't the only ones out there watching this. Virginian Customs barely sleep. They're so worried about the cocoons getting out. You were informed, we were informed. Let's continue with the cross-examination.
Hold it!
Just how strict is this customs check? Way strict. They keep planes on the ground for hours. I do recall it being a bit extreme. They were even confiscating gumdrops and marshmallows. Yes, it would be hard to distinguish them. That's right, Gavin was in Virginia, wasn't he? I remember setting off the metal detector several times. I had to practically strip naked to walk through. Here's a travel tip for you, Gavin. Leave the bling at home, your plumber's fob.
Hold it!
That's pretty extreme. Virginians had this rep as an idyllic, laid-back place. Through this, there's beyond hardcore with security. The Republic of Virginia is a peaceful, pleasant country. So this level of security shows us how truly concerned they are about these cocoons. That's the situation.
Hold it!
You're now in a position to know quite a bit about smuggling. Yeah, I need to know a bit for work, sure. But all we get are reports on the failed smuggling ops. Not exactly something you want to go copying. But if you want, I can tell you a few of them. Maybe you'll succeed and get rich. That would be interesting in hearing, purely for a legal perspective, of course. Do the check. Sentence to death. Everything and anything. Even the guitar? Actually, there is one way. One way to get something out of the country. No checks. What is it? You become a prosecutor. Prosecutor? I don't believe it. Believe it, Prosecutor Gavin. What was it that you told me yesterday at your office? Vacuum packed the laminar studio. And used the special shipping service. Did I get that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Untouched? Right. The guitar was wrapped in several sheets of vacuum packed in Virginia. The pack was untouched until the day of the concert. Are you saying that the guitar was... with the cocoons with that small? With cocoons this small, it could have been very easy to use your guitar as a mule to smuggle cocoons out of Virginia. Dang. What? Which reminds me, Prosecutor Gavin, that guitar had some work done on it recently, right? Work? Good memory, her forehead. Just inside the hole. An igniter. Exactly. Considering this is, if you will, what if that igniter wasn't the only thing that was attached inside the guitar? You mean? It means this, of course. Ah! There was a way to get the cocoons out of the country. They could use picky Prosecutor Gavin's privileges guitar as a mule. And who better to do that? I don't like when it does that. And who better to do that than someone with access, like a member of a band? Yo! Order! So the igniter was placed in there for the clear reason, it seems. It was safety precaution. Caution? Ah, her forehead. At last it all comes together. A very strange thing that happened that day. Care to rewind? Maestro, the gentle sound of Laminar's ballad. First my keys were stolen, a harmless misdemeanor, which forced me to break the lock of my guitar case. The key was stolen to retrieve the cocoons from the guitar. I see. But things didn't go so well. The smuggler wasn't counting on the guitar being wrapped. Only a member of the band could get near the case. Unwrapping the guitar would raise too many suspicions. Then the concert began. Right about this time, a very large problem presented itself to the smuggler. What's that? Mr. Lataus. Ah. Mr. Lataus, an undercover agent, was on to something. We would have known about the guitar. He would have known about the guitar. He'd only have to check the shipping records. So Mr. Lathouse tried to examine the guitar himself. If the cocoon were confiscated, then the gig would be up. The only thing left for the smuggler to do was to get rid of the whole lot. Overpress the switch now. The guitar bursts into flame and the cocoons was lost. And then the Lathouse died, with Laminor there to witness it. There's your case. Brilliant, man. Detective Grussid? I gotta know you make all that up on the fly. For a made-up story, it makes a great deal of sense, Darian. Tch. The Republic of Virginia. Sorry, man, but I haven't even been there. True, you haven't. Huh. Let's see you make up a story for that kid. How'd I hide the cocoon in the first place, huh? It's not so hard to imagine. You had help. A Borginian accomplice. That's all. That you had an accomplice was clear from the start. The voice Laminor heard proves it. You made this transmission from the backstage, while your co-conspirator was on stage. But who was it? This is it, the coup de grace. And for once I know what I'm doing. Are you ready, Mr. Justice? Who was the smuggler's accomplice? Dang. That being grammar right? He's not here. But at the same time, Machi knew about the... Ow. What the heck was that? Ow. Sorry, my headphones made a weird sound. Was it Lathouse? Himself? Well, I'm a freaking weirdo. I don't really know. Yeah. Guess it was Machi then. Machi did, you know, just knew about it, and I just don't know. It's gonna be really bad for Machi then, if I point it out. Guess it's gonna be. There's only one person who meets all the requirements. Only did that. There's only one person who meets all the requirements to accomplish.
And that person is defendant Machi Tobae.
But, Mr. Justice, who's your client?
The defense attorney accusing his client? That's a new one.
No, it's actually not, but okay.
I assure you, no one is more unhappy about this than I am. But I am here to defend him in the murder of Mr. Taos. And I stand by my statement earlier that he is innocent of that particular crime.
Indeed, the defendant is Virginian. Does seem the basic requirements to be accomplished. But what if it was, in fact, Lamidor?
It couldn't have been.
You seem sure of yourself.
Well, the reason is electronic signals, Your Honor.
Electronic signals?
Recall that this remote only works to a range of 30 feet. Beyond that, it's useless.
Yes, that's true.
Now, think back to the testimony. When the shooter made his transmission, Laminar was in the air vent, right above the dressing room where the shooter stood. Let's look at the stage diagram. This is the area that the remote could reach from the air vent. And where was Laminar standing once she was out of the vents?
Well, looking at this, it seems that Laminar still could have done the deed.
No. When the shooter made the transmission, the stage was slightly different than shown here. It was in the middle of the guitar serenade. Part of the stage was raised. Prosecutor Gavin and the Laminar stand-in were in the air. There were a tower which happened to be 15 feet tall. In other words, remote couldn't have worked from Laminar's position in the air vent.
Ah.
Well, Detective Crescent, what do you say to that?
Your Honor. Yes, Detective. Did you see the video where Gavin's guitar burns? Just one more time. Well, I don't see why not.
He wants to see. Burning happens now.
That's so sad, punk.
A punk? First you wear sleevers and a kid, now a punk. You're losing ranks fast, Apollo.
Exactly where are we supposed to see in this video?
The problem isn't what we've seen, correct, Darian?
Right. It's what you hear. You're musicians, after all.
That explains for us non-musicians.
Sure thing, punk. Let me get your yarn straight first. You're saying I ordered the Wii pianist to set off that igniter? Is that right?
Yes?
Well, in order to do that, we'd have to press a switch. Am I right?
Okay.
Well, take another listen. Pay attention to the piano.
Piano? But didn't we found the switch, like, inside the piano?
Piano sounded just fine. And that's the problem, man. Still don't get it. Yeah, how is he supposed to hit that switch he's playing? You got it, Miss Diva, the guitar, the bass, the piano, and the drums. The only one with her hands free was the Diva.
I mean,
But according to you, she couldn't have been that accomplished, could she? Your accomplished could have had a hard time helping out if they couldn't even press the switch. Seriously, Apollo? That's the problem now? Okay. Oh boy, why are we staring at this again? Seriously, why are we staring at this again? Piano plays non-stop. Shouldn't have that been a recording? I don't have to press the switch. Seriously, we're not considering the recording or the fact that it was under the key or some shite? I don't know. Piano does seem to be playing when the guitar catches fire. But, well... Didn't he order a house for someone? Press the switch.
Apollo, were you wrong?
Can't be wrong. Everything makes perfect sense. How could it all just... Strange. What's strange? No, it's just, something odd about the performance there. Odd? Mr. Justice, if Machitawaya didn't press that switch, then he could not be the accomplice you claim he is.
But everything points to it. Every fact says he's the accomplice.
You got the facts wrong, man. Here's some facts for you. Gavin's guitar is on fire. But the pianist didn't press that switch. In other words, your story's full of holes. Mr. Justice, let's hear your final opinion on this matter now. Your answer will reflect on everything you've said here. With some thought.
Apollo, if Mach is not the accomplice, then our whole case is ruined.
I know that.
It has to be him. He was the only one who could have helped with the smuggler. He had to have pressed that switch. Well, you've better find a way to prove it.
Right.
What do I do?
Wait a second.
What? You thought of something?
What was Gavin saying just now?
Not much to go on, but it's all I've got. What exactly did he hear that was odd?
Can I prove Machitawaya pressed the switch? Was there an off note from the piano? Let's hear a final answer. Can you prove Machitawaya pressed the switch? Yeah, let's try. I don't know if you call this proof per se, but I can prove it was possible. Then, as prosecutor, it falls to me to ask you to show us evidence supporting this. Forehead, you sure about this? Nah, accept it. There's no evidence, man. Let's see your evidence, Mr. Justice. On what do you base your claims that defendant pressed the switch?
Will you seriously go with this again? The basis for my claim is music, Your Honor. Music? What about music? Let's listen to the piano part around the time when the switch was to be pressed. Right before the guitar bursts into flame. There's... I hear a piano being played. But doesn't it sound a bit kind of simple? Simple? I think I know what he's suggesting. You think Mochi could have played that part with one hand? One hand? He only needs one hand to press the switch. You could play the piano with the other. Ah, what are you? You've come kind of piano 7. Actually, no. And what do you know? You can't play a part like that with one hand. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Wait, I know. Hey, Trucy. Yeah? You got something? Mr. Wright, your father, he's a pianist. Could he... Oh, Daddy? He couldn't play a part like that even if he had 3 hands. Oh, sorry, it's sad for you. No, not really. That was just too easy way to prove it. It's always the hard way. But, how are you going to prove whether he's played it with one hand or 2? You can't. I admit, it will be rather difficult to prove. But it's highly likely he was playing with one hand. Seriously? What are we doing here right now? How do you know that? The clue is that Prosecutor Gavin described as sounding odd. What sounded odd? I'll bet we can tell by listening to certain parts of the song. No way. Oh, it seems we've come to the moment of truth at last. Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say for himself. That was the part that proves the defendant was playing with one hand. Right before the guitar bursts into flame. Oh my god, why do I have to do all the work? Because I'm the player, I know. Mochi was definitely playing one-handed just before the guitar caught fire. One section of the song proves it. And in here? If I pause, it just goes to the beginning of the section.
Fine. It's gonna be the tricky one. And then a third one then?
Take that!
Yeah. This is gonna be the hard part. Ah. Yeah. 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 Let's see some to other parts then. And it's not in this part either. It's not here and it's not here.
Take that!
Where the hell is it then? Ah. But here's the thing, it's not letting me like... First half, second verse. First and second. It has to be... some, like here, not here. It has to be here. It should be there. Shut up, metronome.
Take that!
In the very beginning? Oh. Wow, in the very beginning, huh? I realized just now just what it was that sounded odd to you. As I'm sure you've realized it yourself, her forehead. But realized what? I'll demonstrate. Let's listen to the part in question again, shall we? Pay particular attention to the What a fleeting melody praise. Man, how many times do we have to listen to that same thing? You're right. Enough of that. Let's listen to another section, shall we? Another section? The guitar bursts into flame at the end of the second verse. Let's listen to the same spot in the first verse. Pay attention to all that night in your embrace. Ah, but play verse 2 again. Oh boy. There, did you hear that? Ding, 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 ding. Part was off. They feel the same, but true. But they're clearly very different. What? Well, but... Your Honor, the phrase in verse 2 is quite simple. The same phrase as verse 1 was high and low notes. You'd have to use 2 hands to play that for sure. Oh. What that prove? I would think you'd know that by now. This is why I hate dealing with amateurs, man. So the 2 verses had different arrangements. Happens all the time. Not this time, Darian. There's no point in changing an arrangement if you can't hear it clearly. And that wasn't the point. I had him play specifically so that the piano would stay in the background. Oh. That was what I noticed. Why should the same phrase sound slightly different? I asked myself. Ask yourself why Machi changed how he played, and there's only one answer. He needed free hand in order to press the switch. Can we be done with this now? I believe this ties all the facts together. Oh, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, quite. Though personally this comes as a terrible disappointment. Heh. What, now come back? Can't believe it, I finally did it. Shut up, Apollo. You are smirking too fast. Very well, barring an objection from the prosecutor, we'll now state the court's opinion on this matter. Good show, Sleeves. Great show. There it is. Not over? I don't like when he looks so happy. You tell him, Kevin. Tell him what's so disappointing. Personally, I'm terribly disappointed. In you, her forehead. Right. Yes, don't get me wrong. Your case is solid. The facts all checked out. But even now, you have yet to show us a single piece of decisive evidence. Yeah, but the facts, anyone can see it was him. Unfortunately, anyone does not include the law. I'm afraid your case doesn't cut it. But 1,000 facts might point towards the same conclusion. But without decisive evidence, it's not proof. That's the rule under our current legal system. I don't believe it. It does not seem as though the defense has any more evidence to present. Well, I think if he didn't We already would have seen it a long ways now. Back. It is unfortunate, but at present, this court is unable to acknowledge your accusations.
What?
It is kind of frustrating.
Truth is staring us all right in the face. Why can't they see it? What's the point of legal system that protects criminals? Apollo, remember what Daddy said.
It won't be easy proving he did it, especially not under the current court system. Like I said, good luck. And be aware, it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Every man has an igniter inside him. Find Darius Gresson's igniter and set it off. Gotta piss the guy off, basically. Then he's gonna slip.
I wonder what he meant by every man's igniter.
I think he must mean he just meant a weak spot, no? Kind of thing that a single spark could turn into a wildfire of emotions.
I won't be able to press him further by conventional means. I've got to find a weak spot in this guy's something fatal.
So, can I get back to work now or what? It may look like I've got a lot of time on my hands, but I got no more time to pretend with this deadweight attorney. Well, Mr. Justice, I've come to this far without decisive evidence. This witness won't be coming back to the stand once we let him go. Every man has an igniter. Huh? Didn't you say the better the guitar, the brighter it burns, Prosecutor Gavin? Oh yes, good guitars are kept dry. Is why. That provides the best sound. Even a small spark could cause irreplaceable damage. Your plan has an igniter in it too, Detective. It was there from the very beginning. What? Fighting time, Justice. If you blow this one, you'll be out your hands for good. Oh, great. What is he thinking this time?
Go for it, Apollo.
What? And this igniter is supposed to come burn me up? It's almost a bit poetic there, Mr. Attorney. All the better, I'm rather fond of poetry. And I'm intent to hear this one through to the very end. Forehead, you are accusing this man, Darian Crescent, of 2 crimes. A murder of Mr. Lataus and the smuggling of a Borginian cocoon. This is your last chance to prove your case. This trial has already run on for far too long. Mr. Justice, this will be my last warning. Oh, great. Yet again a last warning. Let's go! The moment this igniter of yours turns out to be a dud, the moment this cross-examination ends. Understood? Yes, Your Honor. And let's have it. Show us the basis for these accusations against Darian Descent. This is really my last chance. Oh, crap. Wow, look at this. We have 2 options here. Well, I'm gonna have 2 saves here then. How about a witness? Your igniter is a piece of evidence. Huh? But what is it? Is it true that I couldn't show decisive evidence? But perhaps what I need to prove my case was something else. You mean a witness? Proving his guilt is a tall order, but I've got just the person to do it. I mean, do we call Machi here? If we're claiming to he is the accomplice, all he's gotta do is to admit it. That is, he's the accomplice. Very well, Mr. Justice. Who is this person who can provide Darien Jacentus killed? The one person is the defendant, Machi Tobaye. Your client again? I mean, we just established that he is accomplice. Was an accomplice to cocoon smuggling plot. Without him, Darien Descent could not have gotten the cocoon. Furthermore, he can easily prove that the one who plotted the smuggling that cocoon is the real criminal in this case. How so? It would require just one of the very cocoons Mr. Lataus was looking for. With the cooperation of the Republic of Virginia, we could burn a cocoon. A burned cocoon would leave a particular residue. A residue we would, no doubt, also find inside burned out guitar. Ah, very scientific of you. Thus, if Machi Tobaye acknowledges his agreement with Darien Descent, concreting the attempt of smuggling the Virginian cocoon, the case is solved. He's laughing again. Your unrelentless passion is remarkable. You really want to get me, don't you? Too bad you'll never be able to. Why not? Little key tickler won't acknowledge anything. Especially not anything to do with the cocoon smuggling. What's this all about? Taking a cocoon out of the country means death. By Virginian law. Yeah, see? If our pianist really was smuggler, then testifying about it would be suicide. Believe me, he's not talking. But you're wrong, Detective Sergeant. What? It's the other way around. If Machi doesn't admit the smuggling here, he's in deep trouble. Huh? How? Look, if Machi admits the smuggling here, then he'll be tried in our court by our law. You don't get the death penalty for smuggling in our country. The victim in this case was the undercover Interpol agent. I'm sure that the news have already reached Virginia, and they'll likely broadcast our dealings in court today, including the part about the Virginian cocoon. But... But if Machi doesn't admit the smuggling now, he'll eventually be picked up by Virginian police. And it's not like he's in any danger in our court. He's not going to find him... We're not going to find him guilty of murder here, not now. But you can't do this. You can't accuse me. Maybe the law doesn't allow it. But who's going to think you're really innocent after hearing this trial? The same goes for Machi Tobaye. The cocoon smuggling your entire plan, Machi Tobaye knows everything. There's only one way out of it for him. And that's to acknowledge his own crime. The crime of cocoon smuggling. Don't worry there. I'll get you out of the country. We'll set you up someplace. In a mansion. Real nice. You want a house made of cookies or? No, house made of pianos. Come on. Please! Whoa, 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 whoa! What the hell happened to this? Wow! Got him. Got him. Darian? I consider that my last session with you. We rocked. I'm suggesting we can treat that outburst as a confession. He's laughing again. There's a kind of sick depression on it now, though. Right on time, my voice is crackling already. And my water is pretty much gone. Well, have you been listening to today's trial?
Yes.
And you'll talk. You tell this court everything.
I didn't want it to turn out this way. But I'm not the kind of lawyer that can overlook a crime.
Today's trial was all for your benefits, you know? I see no reason why you should hesitate now.
I know. From the beginning, I knew.
Machi?
Situation I cannot explain. But money, I need it. Very much money.
Today's trial faces a delicate issue with our legal system. The only thing definite is... The only thing definite in a court of law is evidence. The golden rule, however... It has become apparent that not all things can be tied by this standard. With another case of this sort of surface, we may have to consider an alternative system by which to administrate justice. Anyway, Mr. Machi, the buyer.
Yes?
I promise you will receive a fair trial by the laws of our country. And with regards to the current charges for the murder of Mr. Taus, this court is prepared to announce a verdict.
I thank you. I only lie, but you see truth. You find truth.
That's our job. Very well. This court finds the defendant Machi Tobaye. We did it! But with a bit of a cost. But we did it. Court is adjourned.
Welcome back, Bob. July 10th, 4:42 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. I wonder what will happen to Machi.
Well, he did smuggle a cocoon out of Virginia. I guess there'll be another trial here. Oh? Boomst. All well and ends well. Oh, hi, Phoenix.
Betty! I owe you both my thanks.
Amiror.
My, is something wrong?
I'm sorry, Machi was your partner on stage, your friend.
Yes, I thought of him as my own son. Even though I do, yet something got a hold of him. Something evil. I see that. And he must pay for what he has done. Is that not how it should be?
I'm still sorry.
Do not be sorry. You have given me courage. Courage? I'm considering an eye operation.
It was my suggestion, actually.
You mean you'll be able to see again? It's funny. I have always been afraid of the light. Light seems so harsh, unforgiving.
According to the doctor, Lamiror's lost her sight due to some kind of an accident. An accident?
As you know, I suffer from amnesia. I feared that if I could see, perhaps it would open my eyes to the truth I've been running from. I was scared.
You know what changed her mind? Hearing your defense in there today. You could feel your gaze, unwavering, always looking straight at the truth.
If the light returns to my eyes, I think we'll take up painting.
Painting?
That's right, she's the landscape painter in sound after all. I will paint the two of you, I promise. Woohoo! I can't wait, Lamiror.
Oh, you might thanks too, Apollo. Thanks, Mr. Wright, but for what? You reminded me I need to hurry things along. On my secret mission, that is. Right, your secret mission.
Apollo, Trucy, I hope we will meet again someday soon. You bet, me too.
Huh. Washed up Phoenix. It looks a bit rough. And so, like a ballad, the trial flowed on and on until it came to the end. Thanks to the trial, the guitar serenade was a huge hit. Prosecutor Gavin's even more dazzling to look at now. But there's something I want to say to that guy. Next time you write a ballad,
I think catch the killer at the end.
Ba-doomps. Alrighty then. We did it! Serenade turnabout finished. Oh, now it's episode 4, Turnabout Succession.